take our seats. I'll call a meeting to order. The agenda. Is there any additions or deletions? Not seeing any, so Dustin's moving them. Vote. Carried. No public hearings. Minutes from last time. Everybody read them over? You're moving them or you have a comment? You're moving them and a comment.
I'm moving them, and I think the secretary fixed a mistake she made.
Okay, Shane's moved them. Vote. Carried. .1, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is a delegation request from Renewable Energy Systems Canada. They would like to request to come into council and present what they are wanting to build and the Hilda Wind Farm, and it's a 100 megawatt project located northwest of Hilda, and they would like to request to come and do a presentation to council on the July 6th meeting.
Thank you. Darcy's moving that. Any questions? Nope. Vote. Carried. 7.1, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2021-17 land use amendment for the southeast of 3111.5 west of the 4th. And this is first reading. Recommendation is council to move first reading of bylaw 2021-17.
Alf's going to move that. Any questions? Vote. Carried. 7.2, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is bylaw 2021-18 land use amendment for the southwest of 1511.4 west of the 4th. And our recommendation from administration is that council would move first reading of bylaw 2021-18.
Dustin's moving first. Any questions? Vote. Carried. 8.1, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2021-19 local improvement for Larry McGinnis. He is a resident in the hamlet of Walsh. There's background information and the bylaw for council's consideration. Administration asks for council to approve first, second, and third reading of bylaw 2021-19.
Dustin's moving first. Vote. Carried. Darcy's moving second. Any comments on it, Darcy? All good the way it is? Any questions? Vote. Carried. Motion to have third. Shane? Vote. Carried. Richard, motion for third. Richard's making the motion for third. Vote. Carried. Number 9, CEO report. Terlin.
We'll do
Oh.
just the
Sorry.
financial, Mr. Chairman. So before you is the May 2021 financial report. So before you is the comparative statement of financial position, comparative statement of revenues and expenses, and accounts payable listing summary. And so before you is a change in how it is presented, the information for operating. Please, we're looking for feedback. Is it user-friendly? Those sort of things. And also too, if you have any questions on the information presented to you.
Everybody read them? Any questions? Not seeing any. Dustin's gonna move. Oh, go ahead, Ernest. Okay, Go ahead.
So when we have like overruns in our budget in here, does that come from reserves or how do we do that?
Say that again. So at the
Like,
end,
like some of these are like over budget, some of these items.
so the GL is over. Is that what you're referring to? Like,
Well, like we're talking May 2021, the budget, and then the variance. Or am
Yeah.
I on the wrong page here?
which page are you on? Sorry.
34.
So, okay, so on 34, so for the land roller, is that what you're referring to?
Are you right at the top there on the first general municipal menu or revenue? Is that what you're talking about?
Summary revenue and expenses by department.
So Ag Services revenue is currently under budget.
Right. But like, emergency management was 116% over or whatever. Or 16% over.
Right, so that would be, so at the end of the year, we look at at the end of the year, we'll be under budget because there's, every department is under over. So in that area, it is slightly over, but it'll at the end, there will, it'll balance out.
Yeah, so then that's just a flow thing. That it goes up and it goes down. That's not
So
going to
is that what
carry
you're-
forward.
And that's due to the contribution from to Halo.
Right. Yeah, I was just wondering how we dealt with them, like
Yeah.
we're showing overages now,
Yeah.
how we dealt with it.
Robin?
Yeah, I guess that just off of Ernest's question. So you're saying that's because of Halo. We had the budget, then we approved Halo's additional spending, correct? But
The budget doesn't, so the budget number doesn't change. So when Halo, it was funded from, when the motion was made, it was funded from, and I'm not sure what reserve it was, but
ultimately, like your comment, I think to Councilor Moody was that at the end of the year, if it's over, it'll be balanced. And you're basically saying that it'll be covered by other dollars that were allocated to other departments. So on a grand scheme of things, it'll be balanced, but from a department to department standpoint, it'll still show as an overage in spending.
yes. And so there's a motion of council to cover that. And it's, so for example, if it's not included in the budget,
Mhm.
there's a motion, so we bring in an RFD and then that's, so it's a new thing. So then always in the motion, we say where it's being funded from.
Yeah, but I think ultimately what you were looking for is just that accountability, that if there's an overage in spending, that we're looking at why it was, to make sure that
Yep.
if we need to amend the budget, we can, or if it was for other reasons that we can explain it.
So the budget so once the budget is passed, it's not amended. So once the budget is passed in May,
Yeah.
it's not amended.
That's right.
So then if there's expenditures that were not included in the budget, then there's a motion that says where those funds are coming from.
No, understood. Thank you.
Make sense?
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Ernest made the motion to receive this. Vote. Carried. Reeve and Counselor report. Elf, we'll start with you.
We didn't,
No, I have nothing to report.
Ernest?
Not too exciting, just had a complaint at Downey Broom down by the American border, which is something we maybe should look at how we deal
Yep.
with it in the future.
Downey Bro.
She's everywhere this year.
Robin?
Pretty well, I guess not so quiet. I guess all last week was the FCM convention, which was pretty decent considering that it was virtual. Definitely looking forward to getting back to in-person meetings. I'm happy, I guess, to relay that we were successful in getting elected for that rural representative position to the board. So that's exciting. And other than that, just kudos to those that are working over at the playground. I stopped by there yesterday, and I think Dan and Richard and Alf were over there working. I don't know why they felt that it was safe to give Alf the keys to that big loader, but he seemed to be doing a pretty good job with it. But it's looking really good over there. So good job to everybody that's been involved with that.
Darcy?
Just MPC, I do believe.
Richard?
Yeah, I don't have anything other than, that project at the Dunmore Community Park is, we're glad to be helping out on it. It was just very unfortunate that it had to be the hottest day of the month. And we have a schedule and we had to go. So long day, but we're here. We survived.
Dustin?
Nothing much exciting. Got a lot of happy phone calls that they're finally starting to work on Range Road 65 though.
Shane?
I had a Red Cliff Rec Board meeting. Had some more complaints out on the old Trans-Canada Highway. And I'm very proud to announce I become a grandpa for my first time this past week. And everything's good there. So that's all.
Thank you. I don't have any more to add than what's in my report, so Richard's gonna move the reports. Vote. Carried. Now we'll go back to the CAO report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to bring to your attention, so the workshop for the MDP and LUB is tomorrow morning from 10 to 12 or longer if we need it. So that's an error and that is correct. Pardon? Can't be longer. So we'll have to engage. So I think that the MDP and the LUB has been discussed a lot. So everybody knows where they would like to see some updates to it. So there'll be a quick overview. I sent out the email, like kind of how it's going to roll out. Just an overview about what an MDP and LUB is, and then kind of engage on the concerns and the changes that need to happen. So, yeah. Is there any questions, Mr. Chairman?
Is everybody good? Does anybody have any questions for the report? Not seeing. Somebody want to move the report? Robin's going to move the report. Vote. Carried. Too late. It's already gone. No, go ahead.
How are you making out with fire services and everything up in Elkwater?
Oh, you have to go on that one.
So I believe we're moving forward. We have meetings weekly with Alberta Emergency Management and Alberta Parks, and the Solicitor General is involved now because conservation officers are under them. In the past 9 days, though, there's been a lot of activity happening at Elkwater. There's been several incidents, not fire related, a couple mountain biking accidents. There was yesterday 2 water distress calls. Halo has been launched a couple times. We're in contact with Alberta Parks because if hopefully this trend does not continue, but we cannot facilitate. If this trend continues, we can't facilitate what the expectation is from our professional volunteer members down in Elkwater. Something has to change.
So are you making any headway with like even the emergency routes out of there? Because we're hitting into summer and it's looking like we could have a hot, dry one. And the big threat of a fire up in there is more real every year.
Yeah. So what's happening right now is that the Alberta Emergency Management and Alberta Parks have their own legal counsels. And so the two departments are differing on the legislation on how they interpret it. So that's what they are working on. When it comes to the routes, Alberta Emergency Management on our meeting yesterday had mentioned that is when they've noted that is one of, for evacuations, is one of the glaring issues that need to be addressed. And the conservation officer is working on an evacuation plan identifying that.
So when you mean working on it,
Creating a document.
yeah, but what I'm getting at, is it gonna happen this year, or are they gonna drag it on for another, working on the plan before it's too late? And that, I mean, does it come to a point where we get the media and more politicians involved to try to get this moved forward?
Okay. So Kim just shared that Parks is working on brushing and working with the landowner for that emergency route. So they're working on that right now. The positive is that Alberta, it's something that's been going on for 20 or so years, the dealing with emergency services down at the park and the town site. We have Alberta Emergency Management involved now, so it's moving forward. And it's moved forward more than it has in a long time. If hopefully council, it may need to have more of a political twist if there isn't, if this trend continues and there isn't some solutions, it may need to come to that, but not at this time.
I was just going to say that we've got more connection and conversation going with them in the past 3 months than we have in 4 years. So Tara Lynn's got weekly meetings with them and it has been discussed if we got to go up the ladder to the minister or not. So, but we're just not quite at that because they're still moving along. It hasn't stalled. It's just, you know how the government is with slow moving stuff.
I know how the government, I mean, all levels of government move at times, but it's just, hate to sit back and say, boy, I wish I would have moved faster, because I mean, then it's going to be too late.
No,
You know, I just
Don't disagree.
You know, that we got to get something going. I mean, done.
So the fire services agreement was tied up, the level of service was tied up with legal from the province, but Jeffrey and Peter have got consensus on that, and I believe it was forwarded to back to Peter for their signature. So that's a movement. So
yeah, we're Robin and then Richard.
It's nice to know that we're getting some progress. I'm on board with where Shane's at, specifically with the involving more elected officials, even just to peek their head in. It's a lot easier to apply pressure passively without creating conflict than to try to restart something if it kind of halts, right? I think that just the fact that it's taken kind of 20 years to get to where we're at, I don't think that it's outside of the realm of possibility for it to get through this year and still not have, even with action on it. I would be very supportive of, talking with Drew. Like, has Drew been involved in any of the conversations at all to this point?
Dan, Richard, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, really, we haven't had that conversation with Drew, but we were really comfortable with the idea that we were moving forward big time. And as far as that escape route, Shane, that was discussed last fall, and it was going to be dealt with immediately because we did, as Cypress County did contact the landowner and confirm that he was okay. They were okay with us, with that road to the west being used as an emergency exit. But there was some paperwork that needed to be done on Alberta Park side, and it never got done. And we asked that it was all to be in place before the camping season. So I'm like Shane, I'm pretty disappointed in this. It's just ridiculous how it's dragging out. And I guess my question is, we are not we're not in charge if there's a wreck out there, right? They're going to handle their own evacuation and everything else. And our fire department people are not going to be fighting any forest fires, correct?
So under the fire services level of service, it talks about what we are responsible for.
Okay.
So like the town site, agriculture and forestry, they handle that. So there's different layers there. So
Okay.
they handle the firefighting there.
Yeah.
We
And
just
In
give
that.
them assistance.
we
But-
just
but
assist them.
mutual aid.
Yeah. But I think it's important that the public knows that if and when there's a disaster out there, that it does not fall on Cypress County's staff, or in this case, Kim, it's not your,
No.
you don't have to run out there and try and make things happen. And especially now because we're not being part of anything that's happening there as far as getting the routes established and everything else. They have said, we'll do it, right?
So
They'll do it, pardon me.
So Parks though still believes that under the Prairie and Forest Protection Act, it's ours. This is where the whole legal thing is coming through. Alberta Emergency Management is like, no, that is yours. So we are an anomaly because we'll use Kananaskis country. They're in an improvement district, so they have their own identified government. The park doesn't, but it has a town site, so that very much muddies the waters. So back in 2013, it was evaluated by the province if Cypress Hills Interprovincial Park should be an improvement district. At that time, it was deemed that they could not be viable, sustainable as an improvement district. And so I brought it up a couple weeks ago. Perhaps we need to evaluate that again. They need to evaluate if they could, if they should go down the road of being in an improvement district, just like other recreation areas.
Ernest?
Well, I think that the escape road from the west side, probably since it's in Cypress County property, we should deal with the landowner and like cement that in stone is where it is and what we're doing. It's the park is just a fence that if we really need out of there, that can go away in a hell of a hurry, and the 200 yards apart, they can care whether we drive across it or not. Like sometimes you have to take the bull by the horns, and like in Fire Rock and over in those areas, that is not a very good place. But I think we should do what we can do on the outside. That escape route is actually in our territory. I think we should deal with the landowner and get that certified. So, an agreement. And how the road's marked and all that stuff. Because right now I think it's covered with grass. Like I'm not sure anybody could find their way out unless you knew where you were going. And in pressure, this could be a wreck waiting to happen. It's, I think I believe that in fire in the park, I think we should be involved in grassland and not in bush. Because we have the grassland equipment. I don't want to see us where we're supposed to stand by the side and wait for the chopper to come to fight a grass fire. We need to get on it as soon as possible. And since every one of those grazing associations pays taxes to Cypress County, I think we might be able to at least use that for leverage, if nothing else. Anyway, I guess it's moving forward. The fun part is that every time something come up, Peter says it's county's responsibility, and every time when you want to do something, it's their property. But I applaud your effort to try and move forward.
Robin?
Yeah, I don't take anything away from staff and from any council members that have been working on this to this point. I think that, positive motion and positive pressure is good. I do think though that the more that I hear kind of what the conversations have been like, I would go as far as to make a motion that we ask staff to, get a hold of Mr. Barnes and Mrs. Glasgow or Miss Glasgow to loop them in. I think that we need to get them involved. muddy waters are never good. And especially if it's coming from a provincial government level, having provincial government representation at that table, I think that that's important, and not to wait for that. So I would like to make a motion once we're done with this conversation that we bring them in, and perhaps they can provide perspective or support. But I do think that they absolutely need to be at that table and to be aware of it. I know that Michaela's Medicine Hat and Brooks area, but I think that as a member of the governing party, it would be beneficial to have both her and MLA Barnes as well.
Shane?
So I just want some clarification. So if there's a fire in Elkwater at a cabin,
We respond
we respond.
as per our
But what
agreement.
happens if the fire starts in a campground
So a campground,
and is moving towards the cabins?
Yeah.
Then what? We respond. So then we're fighting
Yeah.
actually a forest fire. Could be technically in there. If it starts up on Red Rock, up on top there and coming down, who is in charge? Because we all
Jeffrey.
know it's just a matter, not when. I mean, it's just a matter of time when something happens in there.
Jeffrey?
Thank you. So the fire services agreement that is in draft stage right at this point, that's been submitted to the province for execution and signatures, basically states that Cypress County will follow, as Terralyn mentioned, our policy FP12 fire service level of service, which dictates what the Elkwater Fire Station is capable and approved to provide in terms of service. And that means in the agreement with the parks, it would, if there's a fire in the cabins then we would respond. If there's a fire in the campground, so let's say fifth wheel holiday trailers on fire, we would respond. If there's a motor vehicle accident anywhere in the provincial parks on the roadways, we would respond. If there's a medical first response requirement, we would respond. So somebody gets hurt on a trail riding their mountain bike like we had on the weekend, or like we did yesterday where somebody needs to be rescued off of the water, we would respond. So if the fire ignites and initiates in the forest, then we would provide mutual aid in that regard. And then of course, if the fire spreads to the cabins, then we would be fighting the fire in the town site.
Richard?
So just to clarify on that road heading out to the west, we have received an email, and Jeffrey, you might even have more new information from the last time that I talked to Mr. Russell and got an email back that yes, that road is there to use, and it is more than acceptable to him for an escape route. The challenge is that first, whether, I don't know, is it a quarter mile or whatever, is on Parks Department land. And we can't just go in there and grade and gravel, which he said it does need until we get permission, right? And that's a holdup on that end. So we need some paperwork done, but we've done everything that we can on our end, as far as I understand. And now it's up to the parks to step up.
Yeah, and I guess just to add to that real quick is that what will be coordinated here is I think it's important to identify where that emergency access is and what the current status of it is. So that means taking a tour and doing an inspection of it and coordinating that with Mr. Russell. Yeah, so that's going to be coordinated here shortly.
Okay, so we're gonna do it because the last conversation I had with Parks when we were there was that they were gonna look after that piece at least to the county line.
Sorry, let me clarify. It doesn't mean we're taking responsibility for it, but I think what needs to happen is just to so that we have a current understanding of what condition it's in, and actually take a drive on it and see what its current status is and what its condition is like, so that we're knowledgeable from that end of things.
And additionally, the AEMA district officer was out at Elkwater and had some suggestions about to Alberta Parks about communicating to people about where things are. That's their responsibility. That's not ours. And the more we do, the more liability we take on. And that puts us in a tough spot. Last August, Reeve Hamilton spoke with Minister Nixon about it, and they were unclear, even within their own department. They were very unclear of who's on first and who's on second. It was very frustrating. And then that's when we got Alberta Emergency Management involved, because if anything would happen down there, Kim as the DEM he would work with Gary, our AMA district officer, and they would have unified command down there.
Yeah.
Like it's not black and white.
No, and that's like, I know we got 9 hands up here all of a sudden again, but it's been a process. Like when you go to your minister and he doesn't even know what the heck's going on down here. Tara Lynn's been going through paperwork and trying to get this organized. That's what I mean about she's on it every week. There's a lot of ideas floating around here, which are good, but she's got a plan and a program in effect, and she is making progress.
So
We'll go with Shane and then
share. Sorry to share. So our weekly meetings, the Director of Municipal Services involved, and now our fire services coordinator is involved, our DEM is involved, and myself. So every week we have a meeting with them. So it's a team effort, and all the different parts of our organization that have to do fire services and emergency response in the municipality, and we share with them that we have capacity and we have a professional volunteer paid on call service at Elkwater. It was shared with us yesterday that they have no one trained in emergency management down there. They have custodians and that sort of thing, but they have no one there that can handle it. So they need to have someone there. And so if it continues to be, I've been trying to get a hold of Mr. Swain, because if the trend continues in the last 9 days of what's going down there, we do not have capacity to do this all summer. And I pray this is just a little blip in the rescue world, but they're expanding their trails. It was shared. I sent a letter to Mr. Swain yesterday saying that what's the expectation for those new mountain bike trails? Yeah, they're without any consultation with Cypress County, and there's an expectation for us to bail them out. I don't know how else to put it, but it's very unfortunate that we're not included in the process, but there's an expectation that we're going to be there when they need help. And a lot too, I was down at Elkwater on Sunday, and there had to have been 20 in the parking lot there by the Visitor Information Center. There had to have been at least 25 people getting on their bikes to head out. And the signage isn't good. The trails, some are like for experts, some are for beginners. Access to the trails, trying to get the side-by-side or whatever it's called down, you can't. Some of the trails, like shared yesterday, were like 18 inches wide. Like there's an astronomical issue out there, and we need to be in the conversation, and we're not.
Yeah, through the chair. And that was shared with them, is that when they developed this trail network, part of what we've done in other trail networks that I've been involved with is that they were consulted with emergency services, and then they were walked and then figured out access points, and then they can come up with a plan for each trail. So, because they have plans for maintenance for each trail, but they don't have for if you're dealing with a down biker, because majority when you have 80% of accidents for major accidents that require attention for a biker is either a clavicle or a broken hip or like a spinal injury. Very, when somebody's going down a hill at 60, 70 miles an hour on an 18-inch pathway with trees on both sides, you can see where the mechanism of injury would be. So they tried to move I want to reiterate something that Tara Lynn talked about. They tried to move the meetings to a 2-week
scenario, and Terrell's like, not a chance, because every time we have a meeting, you're popping up this and popping up that, and we're learning more and more that the park is doing without consultation with the existing fire department down there. So I think they're not gonna be appreciative of Terrell's drive, but we are. So, but that's
Thank you.
Shane?
I'm glad it's all going, but I think maybe our Reeve should get a hold of the minister again. Because I'm really worried that it's going to come to a point where we have a fatality or multiple fatalities out there, and there's going to be a lot of finger pointing. The time has come for real action to get something concrete in place and some cooperation in between parks and us up there. I know Mr. Swain was trying and that, but I feel things got to get done, signed, so everybody knows where they're at. Because boy, if something happens and we got multiple fatalities, there's going to be a lot of finger pointing. And I just don't want it pointed back at Cypress County.
Ernest?
Yeah, I've dealt with, I'm the president of our stock association, and I've dealt with this man for 10 or 15 years, and I can totally appreciate what they're going through. That it's worse than a moving target.
Hey.
That
Is that it?
no,
Oh, what's your
I took a
point?
breath.
Okay.
That I think the one concept with emergency that it's all tied together. One of the concerns we've always talked about is what happens if we have an ammonia, if we have semis crash or roll over where you come into the park in that area on Highway 41, and it's a long week, and we got to get like 4,000 people out of there. So that's another, it's not just fire.
And it's what if there's a shooter down there? What if there's a lost child? What if there's a flood? What there's like all of these things, and what if the water treatment plant goes down? It's so multifaceted. It's not just fire.
Yeah.
There's a crazy person going around with a gun, right? Like there has
Well,
to
he
be an
had a
emergency
knife.
response to that.
That was a couple of weeks ago. He had a knife.
Oh Lord.
Actually, there was two of them, but that's
Yeah, no, all points are considered. Like these discussions are going on, like Kim said, every week. Like,
the
So
one
it-
thing Park has done for the town site, which is sort of helpful. They do install a sprinkler line that runs in the bush, runs from the big water tower on the road that goes to the church camps through the bush on the south side, all the way past the shop. And you can pump out of the lake and sprinkle it. I mean, that is actually a good idea. The only thing is we're supposed to run it.
Robin?
I'm trying to understand what the hesitancy is on involving the local MLAs right now. Like all of this stuff is quite honestly, it's scaring the crap out of me hearing all the concerns.
I don't have hesitant.
Yeah, like can we at least get them involved? We can continue to do what you're doing. I think that there's some potential risk on a diplomatic side to having you being the one that's pushing so hard for it. You're doing it because you know what's right. The government should be acting because the government recognizes what's right and is moving to rectify it. When we are the ones that are pushing so hard as well, when it comes down to negotiating, we put ourselves in a bad position from a negotiating grounds as well. And so I think that we need to get our local MLAs involved. If our Reeve wants to try to contact the minister's office, that's great. We can do that. But we also have the ability to get Michaela and Drew on board to ask questions within the ledge and get it in the Hansard as well. And get that kind of pressure, because it's one thing when we're just contacting them and saying, hey, what's the status, to saying, listen, this is a real thing. Let the provincial structure do its thing as well. We can continue to do what we're doing currently, but let's get all hands on deck right now. Let's not wait any longer on that one.
Hey, Dustin?
It somewhat frightens me to actually involve our local MLA that would represent the Cypress Hills right now. I said it would frighten me to actually involve our MLA that represents the Cypress Hills right now. Just Well, it frightens me to have him involved because I have the way his current standing is in cabinet with his party. I feel as though it might actually set us backwards. Because given paying attention to what he's proposed and how they shoot him down on absolutely everything that's been in the last 10 motions he made in the past 2 weeks, it really would frighten me to actually involve him.
Richard?
I think just before we put this to bed, because we could be here all day, Robin, understand that Drew is the one that set up our original meetings, cleared the way with Minister Nixon. And so he was involved, and he helped us get things going, but he hit some roadblocks, and we just decided that we might, between his office and our concentration on that, that we could get some more stuff done. So Drew has been on board. Michaela, no, just because it's the Cypress Park isn't her area, but Drew is on board with this thing. He's pushed hard for us. But again, hit roadblocks. And this was 1.5 years ago already, if not 2, that we've been working on this. So he's aware of it. But we have we're taking the time to be very, very persistent, and so we're okay with what we're doing. Okay, like Drew knows. No, but
Hold on, he's speaking.
yeah,
Let him finish.
I'm just saying that we can approach Drew again and just ask him if there's any other avenues that he's found. But he connected us. Okay, he connected us with the minister. He opened the doors so that we could move forward.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, there's a suggestion that we could invite the MLAs to our Monday meeting, and if you'd like to attend to, we can invite them.
No, if you'd like to. I remember what, I know where Robin's going with this, and I remember the meeting that we had with Mr. Nixon, and there's so many variables and so many things that there was no information for, and now you've got it on the right track and you're filling in all those holes. We are close to meeting with Nixon again to do this, but we don't want to go to him until we have everything that he discussed with us. And we looked like a bunch of kids in the schoolyard when we met with him the first time, because nobody knew what the heck was going on. Now we've got all the blanks filled in. We're just about finished, and we will meet with them. I'm getting the feeling that you guys are thinking that we don't want to go forward. We are. We're just trying to dot all our I's and cross our T's before we go speak to him again. So last one, and I'm going to shut this down.
Because I know from a fire department stand, we're not exactly sure we know who our command is, but how that chain is going to roll out if we have something. Is Kim our dam? Is he not?
And that's what's.
But I think internally, maybe it'd be nice to tell the departments of who's going to be, who is command. I like Parks guys think they're command.
It would be the province. It depends on the event, but that hasn't been, and yeah, we have the POC involved.
So through the chair, sorry.
Yep.
So through one of the things that we were looking at is doing a tabletop exercise, just for that. Partly because we've heard that the sprinkler system, there's expectations, but not working expectations. Nobody's actually physically used it and operated it so it's like one of those days you used it, but in the last 3 years it gets tested. Okay, so when was that? How long
Is
ago?
that documented?
Okay, so we know it's in working order then, correct?
Yeah, see, that's the problem, right?
There you go.
With this irrigation system, that's why we would be looking at doing those tabletop and then getting everybody. And I think that's very key. We were planning on doing this a few months ago prior to the heat and campers and everything. But with the lawyers involved, it just kind of slowed us up, but
April 5th was supposed to be our tabletop.
yeah.
And it didn't happen because the province within their departments don't know who's taking the lead. And so the muddle is in with the province. And the more we get involved without a solid identifying who's responsible for what, the more we get involved, we're putting ourselves in a very libelous position.
And they keep on having meetings off the record
Yeah.
with us not involved. So
Just kind of roll through
That's
that. The Corey Harrison is the guy in Elkwater that sets it up. And I was wondering if we could, never mind the guy, if we can just, Corey runs the little, they have a couple people there in the fire department. And those are the guys that set up that pump, and he's the guy that ran. So if we're looking to actually into a hardware working with it, I would suggest you talk to Corey. Okay. You know, leave Peter and those guys.
Okay, thanks for that. Robin, last one, and then I'm moving on.
Your last statement is exactly why I think it's so important to bring Michaela and Drew in. And I understand, Dustin, where you're coming from in the sense of recent history with our Cypress Hills counselor. But at the same time, Michaela also represents Cypress County, and this is a Cypress County concern, which is why I think that they both need to be there. I also think we need to go that one step beyond just making them aware of it. I think they need to be involved, because like you said, the closer that we get to it, the muddier it is, the harder it is for us. It's why the government representatives from a provincial level must be aware of the challenges that we face so that they can get involved, because it's not just the minister that can apply pressure to the government on getting the government agencies on the same page. And so we need to bring them involved, get them together, have them involved in this process so that they can work their back end, let them do their thing, but they need to be active on this, making sure that they're putting pressure on the appropriate ministries to get their stuff in order, so that you can do what you need to do in order to get everything accomplished. But, it's really unfortunate that we're the ones that are having to push what's right. And I think that the only way I can think of how to resolve that is to inform our provincial representation to get that into their world, and they need to get involved on their level, so that we can actually execute once they acknowledge what needs to be fixed too. So I'm done now, Mr. Reeve. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Good conversation. What are you doing over there? Well,
Need a motion, yeah.
that's already done. Shane kind of caused a 20-minute screw up here. No, it's approved. The CAO's report.
Syria.
So, Mr. Reeve, my motion then coming out of that conversation would be that we ask staff to invite MLA Barnes and Glasgow to get involved in the current process moving forward.
Okay, it's a motion on the floor. Does anybody want to discuss that motion? Richard?
Do we have to have a motion? Like Drew knows about it. Can we
I
not
think that-
just?
No, I wanted to actually be very specific that to me, this is not about them being aware of it. I actually think that we need to invite them to get involved purely based on the recognition that the closer that we get to it, that the muddier that it gets based on the conversation and the comments of our CAO, and that we're not just asking them to coordinate a meeting or to be aware of what's happening. I think that they actually need to take some time, understand what the challenges that we've been facing are, and to pick up the phone and actually hit the floor as a part of our team, but to help to put pressure on it within their circles.
Anybody else? Oh, I kind of agree with what Dustin said there, and we've made some good progress. So I don't know. I guess we'll vote, see where it goes from there. So is there any other questions? Richard?
So based on this motion, we're going to invite him in to be part of our discussion. And so that at the next council meeting, you'll give us an update on what we've found out from both of those departments out there, the forestry and the parks. And you just want them to participate. You want them to be sitting in on that conversation to understand where because they really, I guess, I mean, they don't have any information, but once they sit in on that, then they can go from there, right?
Yeah, what I'm hearing from our CAO is that we have a department or departments that have some issues with relaying information, communicating, understanding who's wagging the dog, what's going on, and it's causing risk to Cypress County. At the provincial level, they need to get that figured out and actually push for a resolution from within the government side. However that needs to be, so that we aren't the ones pushing for it. We've been doing it because we recognize the need, and we're completely exposed based on everything that I've heard today. The liability is something we've been working very hard to limit. And although we're continuing to work hard to limit it, it seems to me that we're the only ones pushing to limit it. We're the ones that stand the most to lose. And at the same time, it puts us in a really bad position, because then we're desperate. We're desperate to get it resolved. And that's bad. That's bad for us. And so to get Drew and Michaela involved, they need to understand what's going on so that they can go and represent their constituency by pushing for the changes that need to happen at the provincial level. I believe that they'll understand their mandate when they get involved, but it's just really hard to give them an update on a meeting without understanding the nuts and bolts. They should go and do what they can. They're not in the negotiation standpoint. Like, I don't see them sitting down with you and Peter Swain and negotiating it, but they can be there, hear everything, and then go back and meet with their, colleagues. And even though Drew's kind of on the outs in some areas, he still has some good relationships with the bureaucrats as well. And so, and Michaela, we have to give them that opportunity, because we will not achieve what they can, even if there's damaged relationships. So it shouldn't make it worse for you. It should only make things better, and you won't even see it because it's happening on the background on their side, but they have to be involved.
As long as we're not told to stand down, because then I would really be upset over it. And that can't happen, because that's why we're pushing, is we got tired of waiting for things to happen, and things get lost in Edmonton, and our CAO's making enough noise that they're not gonna ignore us. So part of it, but not stand down.
Okay, any other questions? Dustin?
The only comment I have on it would be, if we're making progress, why are we muddying the waters? Why wouldn't we just keep on with what we're doing until we come to a point where we're not making any progress? And then from there, that's where you have to step over top. To me, that would make sense. Like, if we were sitting here spinning our wheels, sure, but to me, it sounds like we're actually making some progress here. Like, doing anything with parks is like pulling hen's teeth at its finest. So the fact that something's happening, I'm really happy with that. So I'm not sure why we want to take and step in and really overstep if we don't need to.
Just in response to his question, the reason why we get involved is because we've made progress to this point, but there's only so far that you can push. The system needs to have accountability. And the fact that we've pushed as hard as we have is because the system is broken and they haven't recognized it themselves. If we get, let's say that we get an agreement where we get 30 or 40% of what we want, we're going to have to continually fight all the time unless you get the people in the government understanding that this is needed. And it's going to be a fight every time that we ever need to do anything. We need the government to recognize and to push and acknowledge that things need to happen so that the policies and the checklists are covered on the government side, not just the county side all the time.
Okay, one last one, Dustin.
Yeah, well, it seems to me with every change of government, we find ourselves fighting the same battle. It never seems to go away. You finally make a relationship and then it just disappears with the next election. But just because we get it resolved on one issue doesn't mean we're going to go through it on the next. Like like I said, we're making progress. If the progress stops, I'm more than happy to bring in the big guns. But I usually carry a pistol until I have to bring out the AK. That's kind of my thought.
Okay. No more comments. I have a motion on the floor. What the hell is the motion for? What the heck is a motion?
That council direct administration to invite MLA Barnes and Glasgow to get involved to facilitate the fire services and emergency management agreement with Alberta Parks.
Thank you, Les.
Not the agreement. We want them, they need to be accountable and responsible for the park. They need to be. They need to have a plan. It's their park.
Yeah.
They have planning. They do planning. They handle everything there. They need to get their stuff together. So we're pushing them to get their stuff together.
Yeah.
So so this is how I view it, is that get the assistance of MLA Barnes and MLA Glasgow to assist us in the province getting their stuff, their house in order. Because we need to stay in
I
our
accept
lane.
that as a friendly
Sorry.
and very definitive amendment, because that's exactly what the nature
They
of
need
it
to
is.
get their house in order. I don't know how we can put that as a motion.
Okay, we know what the motion is. Vote for. 4, 5. Okay, motion's carried. 11.1, Terlin.
Mr. Chairman, we have a delegation at 11.
Is it
So
online? Are they
I
online?
believe they're in the waiting.
Okay, let's take a 2-minute break and then we'll get on to it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Stan and Sue, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you bet. Council's just going to take a 2-minute break and then we'll get started. Oh yeah, I can see you there, Stan.
Yeah, great. Thanks.
Yeah, just 2 minutes and we'll get going here.
Yeah, perfect.
And I have printed out the presentation for council, so they all have it in front of them.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Will I be able to present, or they'll just follow along on my PowerPoint that I have?
You can take over my screen if you want to share your screen.
It doesn't matter. It's the same, whatever is going to work best for them. It's the same presentation that I sent you.
Yep. Yeah, they have it in front of them. So you can just continue along or whatever, and they'll flip the pages, whichever you prefer,
Okay.
Sue.
Nope, that's good, because then I
Thank-
have my 2 screens. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Stan, did you want me to send it to you?
I think I'm okay. I can see
Okay.
on my computer screen. Thanks, Sue.
Yeah.
Another warm day today.
Hmm. Yes, it is.
Mhm.
That wind.
Oh. So just a question, the other groups and the funds in Brooks, Fort County, Cypress, Prairie, Crocus, they're all volunteers, is that correct?
Correct. The coordinators is a paid position. The part-time coordinator is a paid position, but the
Okay.
advisory committee is all volunteer as well.
Okay,
And we would be looking at running this position out of this office.
yes,
Yeah. It would most likely be myself.
you bet. Well, let's see if we could make something happen here.
Mhm. I went golfing yesterday, Stan,
Oh,
at 4
good.
o'clock. At 4 o'clock, it was toasty.
Windy.
Well, it was windy probably for the first, I want
Yeah.
to say 6 holes, and
Yeah.
then we appreciated the breeze.
Yes.
Because it was so warm.
Good for you to get out.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm sure I won't, but if I do make a mistake, please correct me.
Oh no, don't worry.
Yeah,
Maybe-
no, I don't worry. Just the thought that I won't ramble, but
Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order.
great.
Okay, let's go, Ernest. Okay, Good morning, everyone. Can you hear us?
Sure can. Good morning.
Yes. Good
All
morning.
right. The meeting's back to order. We'll give you the floor. It's all yours.
Thank you very much for meeting with us today. I am Sue Edwards, and I am the Executive Director with the Community Foundation of Southeastern Alberta. I understand you have my PowerPoint in front of you, so you can follow along. And then at the end, we will open for questions. Joining me today is fellow as a board member, Stanley Sakamoto. There's Stan, and he is also going to add a few words at the end of my presentation. So, not sure what everybody's knowledge is about the Community Foundation, but we are a registered charitable organization that operates under the guidance of a diverse group of community-minded volunteer board of directors. So our board of directors are appointed by a group containing the mayor of Medicine Hat, the fire chief, and the police chief. So in order to get on our board of directors, you need to apply and go through them. Community Foundation has been in 2022, we will have been in the community for 30 years, sorry. So what is CFSEA? So our history goes back to a fellow by the name of John Ignatius. He was the original founder, and he came to us. He was a rancher, and he had supported other community foundations, and he wanted to provide one for Southeastern Alberta. So he made his first donation back in 1992, and that was when we were originated, of $25,000. He spoke very highly of the Community Foundation and the work that we do in our Southeastern Alberta communities. And John unfortunately passed away in January of 2000. And true to his word, he left his vast majority of his estate to us. His financial contributions at that point in time was in excess of 2.4 million. And that was that's our third highest legacy that has been given to us. The original creation of the foundation is very grateful to John. Along with John's gift and other donors, our endowment, and this is an error on your sheet, it says 13 million. Our endowment actually to date sits just over 23 million. So what we do, we have 3 pillars that we grow, we give, and we inspire. So our growing aspect is where we build endowments and different types of endowments. So if individuals come to us, we never spend their donation. Their donation is invested into our endowment, and then it is the investment interest that we are able to grant out to our communities. We have several different types of endowments, ranging from one where you can just come to us and you can make a donation, and we put it into our general Smart and Caring Community Fund. And that is where our spring and fall granting is able to pull our interest out of that. And that's how we have those funds. And then if you and your family or your communities want to start, we have a designated fund. And that's where you designate which charity you would like it to go to. Field of interest is if you have an interest, let's say in agricultural, and you have an endowment with us and you put your trust in the Community Foundation, and we find an agricultural nonprofit charity that would benefit from your donation. And then we have donor advised, where we call you yearly and you tell us where you would like that money to go. We also have scholarship funds. We have our operations endowment, and then we also have an agency fund. We have several agencies here in Medicine Hat that have agency funds started with us. One of the most successful, I would have to say to date, is the Women's Shelters, and their endowment is just sitting over $1 million. We give, and this is the fun part of the job. This is where we get to disperse money to our communities, nonprofit organizations, and qualified donees. A qualified donee is, according to CRA regulations that we need to follow, is a municipality, a school district, or a nonprofit with charitable status. So it gets a little sticky when you have a nonprofit that doesn't have charitable status, but I think the Cypress County has been used before with the Urban Ag Society. So you just find an affiliate that has the same sort of interest and needs, and they're able to affiliate, and then that money can go to that nonprofit. Last year, Southeastern Alberta, Community Foundation Southeastern Alberta, donated back to our region $1,241,000. Now, that was an exceptional year for us, given the flow-through money that we had also received from the government due to the pandemic. But just to give you an idea, the rural communities, the rural community funds that are established within our organization, we have the Prairie Crocus. And Prairie Crocus is made up of Special Areas 2, 3, and the MD of Acadia, the Brooks and District Community Fund, and then we have the 40 Mile Community Fund. And in those areas, Prairie Crocus received back to their community just under $70,000 last year. The 40 Mile received just over $60,000 back to their area, and the Brooks and District received $140,000 back to their area. To date, those community funds, those three community funds, 40 Mile has in their community fund $30,000. So this was the first grant cycle this past spring that they were able to grant out to their community. So they were able to grant out, I believe, $750 of their choice to an agency of their choice that had applied. Brooks and District's Community Fund is sitting at $28,000, and Prairie Crocus is sitting at $31,000. And in those three districts, they each have their own advisory committee. Their advisory committee is made up of a chair and then 7 to 9 community members, volunteer community members, who then advise the rural coordinator that we have working for that area on issues in their area, needs in their area, individuals who may be interested in donating to the community fund. So they play a very important part to the Community Foundation. Next slide, slide number 5, we inspire. This is kind of a side. We grow, we give, we inspire. We like to inspire our community. We're known to be leaders in our community. I'm not sure if anybody is aware of the vital signs that we are able to provide after a census year. showing where the needs are, where our community is strong, where our community needs to improve. That is all organized by our office. And this past year was another little side program that we were very proud of to keep our community connected during the pandemic. We established the Pen Pal Project, and that is where we connected school-age children, roughly around grade 6, and we partnered them up with a senior who was feeling isolated, and they wrote traditional letters, not email, traditional handwritten letters. And it helped keep the residents connected. Slide number 6, I'm sure you're all very aware of. It's just an example of the Cypress County region that we're looking at covering. Slide number 7 shows a lot, but it talks a lot about what a community fund is and what we're looking to establish in Cypress County. When I started working for the Community Foundation back in 2019, the 3 rural community funds had just been started. And my question was, coming from Cypress County, being born and raised in Cypress County, I'm like, why don't we have one for Cypress County? So it has been my quest to get one established in Cypress County. However, COVID kind of put the brakes on that. And so now we want to go full street ahead. So it's a little diagram of shows how we're the core foundation. And then we have the separate rural funds going off on the outside. So it really allows individuals to give where they live and have a say where that money would go then within their community. The Cypress Community Fund will be established by the residents of Cypress County. The fund is exclusive and only will benefit the people of the organization within Cypress County. So the funds that you would be donating to Cypress County Fund, Community Fund, would stay there. Donations to the funds are never spent, as I mentioned earlier, and a charitable receipt is given for any donations over $25. All our donations are invested with a professional investment advisor. Currently, Community Foundation Southeastern Alberta is using Leith Wheeler. The investment income from this fund will be dispersed through a granting process, and that happens twice a year. And in order to qualify, as I've covered before, you have to be a nonprofit organization or a charity registered with the CRA. So when we look at our rate of return for the past 3 years is around 8%. And so every year, our board of directors in October at our annual meeting, they vote on how much we will be the percentage. And we're governed by CRA that we have to grant out a minimum of 3.5%. And our rolling average right now for 5 years is 4%. So how can you, as a counselor, make a difference for us? We're looking for representation from your county. We're not necessarily looking for anything directly from your council or from the office there at Cypress County. We're looking to connect with community-minded people in your represented areas that would be interested in sitting on this advisory committee and really just being a part of a new philanthropic moment in your area. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Stan.
Hi, thank you. And thanks for allowing us the time to do a presentation, Sue. That was very well done. Just a little bit of brief history. I'm Stan Sakamoto, born and raised in Medicine Hat, and I became a director of the CFSCA just last year in July. So I was able to join the endowment committee, which is spearheaded by Jim Vandersloot. So we're having an enjoyable time together. And also, it's a wonderful organization. It's all volunteer. All the directors are volunteer. I have a bit of a family connection with Cypress County. My father had a market gardener just south of the city. So that continues. We have a cabin in Elkwater, and I feel a part of Cypress County. So when I noticed that the rural communities did not have any representation in on the CFSCA, we thought, well, why? And I thought it's simply a reason to connect with people to make it happen. So the first people that I thought we should talk to are the leaders, and you gentlemen and administrators are the leaders of community of Cypress County. And so you're the first people that we need to turn to start the ball rolling and ask for help in contacting people that you might know that have a passion for Cypress County, because literally there are, as you said, $1 million that were given away this last year through various nonprofits. And I didn't see a lot from Cypress County. So I thought, my goodness, we're missing an opportunity here. So I think it really is a win-win situation through your help, through connections in your community. If you can suggest them to us so we can talk to people and get the ball rolling. And I think that's just the essence of what we're doing here today. Cypress County is an amazing place in the world. And I think we can make it better by assisting people through nonprofits and registered organizations. So in brief, thank you for allowing us to speak. Please ask Sue questions. I'm not as experienced as Sue, but I am a lance carrying torch to bring some enlightenment to Cypress County and some funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stan. And one other, I would like to let you know that if you have questions and concerns and want to know how the advisory committees really flow, the Brookson District Advisory Chairperson is David Andrews, 40 Mile is Clint Thacker, and Prairie Crocus Chair is Linda Bingaman. So if you have questions of me or you want questions of them, I can definitely forward you their contact information then as well. And so now I'll open it up for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kirkbride has a question.
Right on. Thank you for the presentation. Good morning, Stan. And I'm sorry, the lady that was speaking there, I can't read your first name there. What was it? Sue. Awesome. Thank you so much. I was just wondering, I think that you mentioned it, but I missed it. With the 22 million or 21 million that you currently have in the fund, what are you averaging with the investments for interest annually right now? I'm just kind of curious as to how what that comes in, what your revenue off of that would be.
Well, if you want to talk about 2020, we don't want to talk about 2020, what our rate of return was for 2020. But if you want to talk about our 3-year rolling average, it's 8%.
Let's use rolling averages right now. That works for me.
Yeah, that's much better than 2020's rate of return. So it was 8%.
Okay, thank you very much.
Darcy?
Good morning. So what are some kind of examples of what money is given out for?
Great question, Darcy. One I loved this one. It was back, I believe, in the fall of 2019, and I mentioned it earlier, but I didn't say what the project was. It was the Irvin Egg Society I believe that's what the organization is called. They had applied because they wanted to offer free curling and free skating to the students and families in Irvin. So they applied for ice funds to help cover the ice costs and the facility costs, I imagine, to rent. And our foundation was able to grant them the money they requested. And then, of course, because they are not a registered charity, they affiliated with Cypress County, I believe, for that project. I do know that some other funds have gone as well to, years ago, I believe they went out to the Hilda and Schuler area to learn to help cover some costs for first aid courses. Within 40 Mile, 40 Mile has gotten some funds to help upgrade their swimming pool. They've also gotten some funds to help with outdoor library, patio space. Prairie Crocus has gotten funds for their food bank during COVID. They needed extra funds for their food bank as well. Their United Church out there, or was it the United Church or the Lions Club, only had one entrance going in. And so they needed a proper exit. So they also applied for funds and that was granted. Brooks has received money for their pet shelter. They've received funds for student programs to be held at the library, as well as money for technology, for computers and laptops, for some of their English as a second language students through the college there.
That was a good answer for that one, eh?
Sorry, I could ramble on. I'm just so passionate about it. I could continue on and on and on.
No, it's good. We're finding out about it. So, Richard, you have a
I think you got his attention, Sue. He was writing there for a while and then he gave up. So anyway, good morning, Sue. Good morning, Stan. I just wanted to compliment you on your persistence because it's been about a year and a half at least since we first started talking about doing a presentation in front of council. Our goal was always to have it face to face, and I don't think anybody knew how long this was going to drag on. So Carolyn suggested Zoom as a way of getting this finally done. So Stan, you're a very persistent person, and Sue, you are too. So yeah, very informative, and I see lots of positive stuff. So thanks for the time.
Thanks, Richie.
Well, thanks very much. And on the last slide is my email address and my office and cell phone. I can be reached anytime if you have any additional questions. And when you get those names of people that are interested, because I know you will, who are interested in sitting on the advisory committee, please forward my email address.
Yeah. And I think one point too, Sue, the coordinators and part-time coordinators, they do get some payment for that too. So just thought I'd make them aware. But the key thing, it's really a win-win situation, folks. But we need your help, and think of some people that might spearhead this project. I'm not necessarily counting on you, but I know you have a lot of contacts. You're the leaders of the communities. You have great reputations, and it's all earned. So thank you very much for your time.
And thank you. And I'm just going to say one last thing, because I could go on, but I also wanted to let you know that I do know a few individuals that do live in Cypress County and have already committed that they would be willing to start the fund as soon as we get an advisory council committee started. So.
excellent. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any other questions here, but thank you very much for your presentation. It was well presented. I guess that's it. You guys have a great day.
You guys
Thank
too.
you very
Thank
much
you.
again.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Okay, we will zip on to 11.1. Yep, go ahead, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 11.1 Eagle Butte Road Race. There is substantial information in the package. So Leslie Ann was approached by the gym teacher, I believe, from Eagle Butte, asking if Cypress County would permit the a road race to, I believe it's occurring in August. In the package, there is some comments, concerns to the proposed road race on August 28th. The recommended motion that council approves the Eagle Butte Road Race with the following provisions: that there will be no road closures, that a safety plan is submitted, that Cypress County is added to their waiver, and that all COVID protocols are followed. Also, too, another thing that could be for consideration is the trail will be completed, the new trail in Dunmore, instead of perhaps using the road as well. That could be a consideration. That was just discussed recently and is not included in this RFD.
Yeah, Robin.
Yeah, I'll move approval with the conditions listed.
Okay. Anybody have any comments or questions? Darcy?
Just for curiosity's sake, how do you have 400 people running on the roads without closing them?
Yeah, that'd be a tough one. So do we? Like if
They would
that-
have to facilitate that because you can't, there still needs to be access. Stay your times. Yeah, I've never ran a road race before.
No.
They have 3 different distances.
Yeah, and
So they
different,
would all start at different times and different lengths.
and they have different locations as well.
Yeah, on the.
Correct. Yeah. And that would be, in administratively, we would review
Like-
that and
So
determine.
we can
I don't-
change, if we don't agree with the roads they're using, we can make that change. Because if you look on the map here, where for the 10K, that trail's gonna go right through on the top end there. That would eliminate getting people off of that one road or 2 roads right there. They could use that trail more and get people off roads. They might have to do it twice instead of just doing it once around. But-
It gives our staff the ability to basically work with them on the safety plan. And as long as our staff are comfortable with it, we support the idea as long as staff signs off on the safety plan. I'm cool with that.
And the participants are safe. That's,
Yeah.
we don't want, we want to be a supportive partner in it, but they're,
Any other comments, Darcy? I can see it.
If I can drive my side by side, yeah. I'm just not seeing if they advertise it and the roads are closed for the longest races, 75 minutes. And you can't take an hour and a half out of your life and stay off the streets. I'm not seeing what the big deal is.
and that would be, that is, I know that there will be some pushback from residents. That they would need to advertise it. If council is cool with that, I'm fine with that. But I shutting it down, there might be some concerns with that.
Okay. I guess if it's up to our staff. Well, either way, I'm getting it. Shut it down, I get it, and allow it, I get it. So, no. Yeah. As long as everybody's safe, we're. Thanks. Les?
My only concern is mainly with the Eagle Butte, right? If you have, I mean, they said 2, could be 400, and I understand that they're staggering the times, but I just worry about harvest, and like that road is used quite a bit. So then from staff inside, we were just concerned about like stacking, if it's going to end up stacking back further or not.
Shane?
No, you're right. That's a big issue. The stacking of the vehicles when they
So just
shut it.
tell them we'll close off all the roads except the Eagle Butte,
Yeah.
like the Hamlet.
So
Like,
close
just
the residential side streets. But the Eagle Butte we need, because,
Yes,
because
I'll go with
there's a
that.
lot of traffic through there.
Yeah,
and
no, I'll go
lots
with
of
that because
traffic.
there's no need for an hour to be driving from where to go get your mail and you got to weave through 400 people. I just don't see the logic behind that. It's just asking for a wreck.
So do you mind? Sorry.
Go ahead.
I think that people that, even if the roads are closed, if somebody's coming home, they didn't realize it, they're going to drive through it regardless if they're just trying to get to their house, right? The fact that we're kind of in the residential area, even if we make sure that we request that they have plenty of like ample signage, and could we just reduce the speed limit for that window, like where they have to have speed signs up saying race in progress, like it's almost like a construction zone at that point. There's people in the area and they just have to have signage. Obviously, we're not going to be doing that on the Eagle Butte. I'm trying to think of a little risky crossing a highway in a race. I'm a little nervous about people darting across because every second counts, right? But if we can have lots of signage and slow down the speed limits, if we say that we're going to close it, we're going to have people going by anyways, and then that might even be more dangerous than having just the signage and the speed limits reduced. But
Yeah, that'd be real safe. So I think Darcy's agreeing with your motion, Robin. It's just he wants to shut down he doesn't want the ability for them to shut down the Eagle View Road. Is that what you're saying, Darcy? So would you friendly amend that to say?
yeah,
that
I
was-
like his idea. The only thing I'm just wondering though is about the practicality of shutting it down completely. I don't think, you know how it is. And you work on a construction site and you can say a road is closed and somebody's going to drive their car down there anyways. And so the idea of, because it's basically the entire community being closed down for that time, I think that we'd be better off just having lots of signage. And, you know, you live out there, Dan, you probably have a much better idea as to what would be palatable.
Well, and I see what Leslie Ann's saying, and I like the Eagle View Road, such a main one. We're going to have problems with stacking on that if we shut that one down. But you have the trail right beside it, so why can't they use that trail? The only thing you're going to have is where we put the new trail across. You're going to have a pedestrian crosswalk going across there with the flashing lights. That's in part of the plan, so that should be part of the safety there. If we still leave that road open but allow them to cross that way, still have people there and showing for it, but keep that one road open. Shane?
I've tried to shut down roads and it's very, very intense to shut it down. You cannot shut down Dunmore because you'll still get residents leaving their house and coming out. No matter what, they'll say they gotta go, they're going, or I gotta go do this. It is next to impossible. It is impossible to shut it down. You won't be able to stop the people. I think the organizers got to really look at and really think about even letting them runners crossing the Eagle Butte.
Mhm.
Because I mean, you'll need people standing there because the trucks are going to be coming through. And that, I mean, they'll get impatient.
Mhm.
If the light is flashing and you got to sit there for 400 people to run back, some might be going this way, some might be going that way. I think the organizers should really look at trying to keep it in on one side or the other and not crossing the Eagle Butte. I know you're going to jam more people in.
And perhaps utilizing the track
Yes.
that was built.
You know, you could use both sides, but don't permit the crossing of the Eagle Butte. And then what happens if we say no? Then
And it's
two.
no.
Then it's
So
no.
these are our provisions.
Either they come to the
Mhm.
table or we don't let it. But
That's a good, yeah.
even like when we paved in residential areas, then people come out. We can put up signs. You can do whatever. Then people are still going to come out. And it's hard to block it
But
off.
keeping it on the same side, I
Is a
like
good
that.
idea.
That's
Yeah.
a heck of an
One
idea.
side or the other.
Because, so looking at the 10K, so on the 10K, they could just be all on the east side and do 2 laps.
Yeah.
Look at us go.
Ernest? And then Elf.
Well, you seem to have it solved, so I will say you could go farther down the Eagle Butte. Summer games, they ran and cycled down that road all the way to the church and back, you know, because there is sort of a lane on the side. But, you know, it might be an option to, if you went down there a bit
I think
back.
that was one of the suggestions that got turned down.
Yeah, well, I have no problem if it doesn't happen.
No, I do.
Yeah, I think that
Hold
I think
on,
that
I
it's
got-
oh
hold
yeah,
on.
I'm sorry.
Elf is next.
Like for the 10K, why couldn't you run it like 2 5s, run the same course? And like on the one side, eh?
On the
That's what I would, you know,
west side. yeah.
go with, because you're not going to get that many people running a 10K. You know, you'll get more running the 5 more so than the 10, eh? So
Robin, you,
Yeah, no, I think that this will be well supported in the area as long as it's not chaotic. I am very supportive of the idea of having it. I think that we just need to approve it with the caveat that the Eagle Butte is not closed down, and I think that that's going to, yeah, not utilized at all, right? Because really, from a safety plan perspective, I can't think of a way that you could ensure in a race a safe crossing without people darting across. If it's like participation and get your race, you know, run your race, that's fine. But if this is an actual race where you're trying to win, I compete. I'm telling you, if I know what it's like, and if it comes down to I can make it, and there's a guy behind me, and I'm pretty sure he can't make it, I'm making sure I make it. That's not safe, right? I know full well it's not safe, and so I think that let's support the idea, but let's not give them the Eagle Butte, and then they can submit back to staff the safety plan for the different races within the parameters that we give them.
So not even a crossing on the Eagle Butte.
I don't
Zero
think that
on
a
the Eagle
crossing on
Butte.
the Eagle Butte can fit within a safety plan.
No, I don't think so either.
You know, unless they I don't see utilizing the Eagle Butte as a safe part.
So you're gonna add to your motion then, not to use everything on here but the Eagle Butte?
Yeah,
Not
well,
to
yeah,
use-
we can put that in there. So safety plan. So I'm approving the application based on the conditions. And I guess we're adding into the conditions that the Eagle Butte not be utilized
At all.
at all. And I think that by doing that, we're taking a step as council and what staff probably would have already stated within a safety plan anyways. But this gives them a very definitive, okay, here's your parameters, make your plan within them, and best of luck, and we'll cheer you on.
Yep, I agree with that. Shane, you had something?
No, that's right, because you can't, a race is different than a walk, you know, where people could wait at a crosswalk and cross. I mean, a race, yeah, they're gonna dart and they're gonna be like some gophers, you know, trying, and that Eagle Butte is off limits.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor with the addition of not the Eagle Butte at all. Any more questions? Vote. Carried. 11.2, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our agricultural supervisor is going to do the 2020 ASB report. Is it year in review? Okay. There we go.
Yeah, so good morning.
Morning.
The ASB report review for 2020 then. Okay. So throughout the province, Ag Service Boards are responsible for administering and enforcing the Agricultural Service Board Act, the Agricultural Pests Act, the Soil Conservation Act, and the Weed Control Act. Cypress County's ASB also strives to provide the ratepayers of this county with proactive agricultural and environmental services and programs not generally available anywhere else. As part of the ASB grant application process, the ASB must develop a 5-year strategic business plan outlining the objections and goals for the upcoming years. The strategic business plan provides staff with a document to establish priorities and to assist in the evaluation of programs and services. Okay, so to enforce the Weed Control Act, we hired 10 seasonal staff and 2 full-time staff appointed as weed inspectors. We inspected 1 permanent seed cleaning plant and inspected 2 mobile seed cleaning plants. We inspected and destroyed prohibited noxious weeds at 99 known sites and 26 new sites. So just to clarify that a bit, prohibited noxious weeds are knapweed. So there's diffuse spotted and Russian, nodding thistle, and scentless chamomile has been elevated in Cypress County to a prohibited noxious weed. weed inspectors map and locate all the noxious weeds found, and this mapping enables staff to evaluate successive control efforts more effectively. 894 hectares of county ditch were inspected and 107 hectares required weed control. And another addition, in addition to the prohibited noxious weeds, there's many noxious weeds that we control and map as well. And some of those are leafy spurge, Canada thistle, toad flaxes, baby's breath, field bindweed, hoary cress, hound's tongue, and downy brome. So by controlled, that means spraying, digging, mowing, that sort of thing. And there's also been several other species in the Medicine Hat and Cypress Hills area. So we just need to be vigilant of watching for those spreading into the county as well. The next page, there's a map and all the roads and areas highlighted indicate where we were last year spraying and controlling all those weeds. So we covered a good part of the county. So to enforce the Agricultural Pests Act, we had 10 of our seasonal staff and 2 full-time staff appointed as weed inspectors. And 2 canola fields were inspected and there was no club root detected. 25 wheat fields were inspected for fusarium and 3 corn fields, and there was no fusarium detected in those. 109 sites were inspected for grasshoppers. 300 sites were inspected for Norway rats in the rat control zone, and there was no signs of rats. We participated in the provincial Dutch elm disease survey, the diamondback moth survey, and the Bertha armyworm survey. We sampled for rabies and skunks. So there was 11 skunks sent away and there was no indication of rabies. And 103 egg producers purchased strychnine for gopher control last year. To enforce the Soil Conservation Act, there's 1 conservation officer. There were no soil erosion issues identified. The 15-foot sunflower seed drill was rented to 3 producers who seeded 329 acres. The 14-foot haybuster seed drill was rented to 24 producers who seeded 1,716 acres. And the land roller was rented to 7 producers who rolled 503 acres. And we partnered with Farming Smarter to put on the Cypress conference that was held in March to promote modern farming practices. Enforcing the Animal Health Act, there were no issues identified in 2020. And enforcing the Agricultural Service Board Act, this legislation is utilized in extreme cases when land is so infested with weeds or pests that it needs to be taken under supervision or reclamation by the municipality, or the municipality may issue an order of reclamation, and there was no land that required that last year. Okay, so another goal is to provide ratepayers with cost-effective specialty equipment and services that are not readily or commercially available. So we have the RFID tag reader, and it was used by 2 producers to read 206 head of cattle. The tree planter was utilized by 1 resident. The pasture pipeline plow was used by 1 producer to install 0.5 kilometer of pipe. 1 producer utilized the cattle scale to weigh 42 head. 215 grain bags were rolled and sent for recycling. And again, the seed drills, the sunflower was rented to 3 people, and the hay buster to 24, and the land roller to 7. Another goal is to develop and deliver programs to increase awareness, understanding, and implementation of sound environmental agricultural practices that improve local watersheds. So normally we participate in projects and meetings and workshops with the Milk River Watershed Council Canada and CWA, and we advertise their events in our ASB newsletter and online and that sort of thing. But due to COVID, most of those things were canceled anyway last year. We provide ratepayers with relevant and modern information. So again, we hosted the Farming Smarter conference in March, and 2 local students were awarded a bursary to pursue agriculturally related areas of study. And we sponsored the Farm Safety Center, who trained 200 or more children in the county on farm safety. Another goal is to support the Environmental Farm Plan and Canadian Agricultural Partnership Program. So we assist in completing the EFPs. There were 3 completed and approved last year. We advertised the CAP program in the ASB newsletter, and we generally act as a point of contact for anyone looking for information on those programs. 6 producers were approved for funding from Cypress County under the Environmental Stewardship and Climate Change Program last year. Grain bag and twine recycling. So the seasonal staff rolled 215 grain bags that were stockpiled at the Hilda Transfer site last year. Clean Farms picked up those bags and they were sent to Bashaw for recycling. And the Hilda Transfer site is now an official Clean Farms recycling site for grain bags and twine. There's available twine bags at the county office and all transfer sites for people interested in collecting their twine and having it recycled. And those full bags can be dropped off at any of the transfer sites. So with some of those bags, we've found that there's more than just twine in them. So anything that's non-recyclable, so far with a few bags, we've just picked through it and put those the extra material in the transfer site.
Lisa, how clean does that twine have to be? I know in the past they didn't want anything on it. Is it still like that, or is there a little wiggle room? Or
a little bit. Like there's a couple bags and they look pretty good out here. There's a few, heads of Durham or whatever in it, and that seems to be okay. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then also last year, we were notified from the Alberta Biodiversity Monitoring Institute of a new invasive species to Canada found in Cypress County, south of the Cypress Hills. So if anybody's familiar with the goat's beard, it's very similar to that, but much smaller. But it's this, the same idea, flower shape and color and seed head. The distinguishing feature, though, is the very, very cut leaf, little tiny leaf. So when you can find it, you can see the difference, but it is extremely difficult to find. So we were back there a couple times last year and dug everything that we thought, and it's been inspected once this year, and so far we haven't found anything. So we'll be checking that monthly just to be sure. And that's all I got. Questions?
Do you have any questions? Ernest?
That viper grass, was that on Highway 41?
No, it was off the highway, very close to the Saskatchewan border.
Oh, okay. I just wondered because I knew you had mentioned what you'd sprayed on Highway 41.
Okay.
For their contract. I just
Yeah.
couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah, no, and this is what's kind of baffling to everybody, like how did it get there? It's in the middle of leased land kind of thing, and there's no direct roads, and it just was so random that this institute found this. So we're gonna try and stay on top of it. Yeah, so like I don't really think it would have been brought on, in bales or not on vehicles. So must have been wildlife, or possibly like there's a creek that's relatively close. So unless there's campers coming in from the States and it's coming down the creek from Elkwater or something, we're not sure. But so that'll probably be an investigation at some point, is to follow that creek and see if we can find anything, but it's hard to find. So when we know it's blooming, then we can kind of keep our eyes open a bit more.
Richard and then Darcy.
You commented about the mobile seed cleaning plants, that you'd done some inspections, and in our past conversation, I think it was mentioned, not with you, Lisa, but with some of the other counselors, that we did have out of province seed cleaning, mobile seed cleaning operations come in.
Mhm.
Now, I'm assuming they would be inspected in Saskatchewan. Do we have any, do we look at that at all, or do we ask them for some kind of paperwork on
These
that?
ones are actually from Saskatchewan.
Oh.
He's actually got 3.
Okay.
And it just happened out that 2 of them were closer coming into Alberta in the fall. So
Okay.
we do inspect those, whether we're going into Saskatchewan, you know, when they're there working kind of thing, or if it is in Alberta. But yeah, we do those ones.
Okay, so out of province has to follow the same rules that we have. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other question I had, and because I know I'm probably going to get asked this question, is when you do the ditch spraying, how far out can you reach with those units?
So there's nozzles right off the truck, and those ones will go 15, 16 feet. And then there's the boom that goes out further. So we can go those initial 15 and then another 15 to 20
Oh,
off
wow.
of that sometimes.
Okay, so it's good coverage then. It's
Yeah.
not just a little section alongside the road.
No, and then like it depends if we're blanket spraying or just spot spraying and that sort of thing. There are nozzles that we do have that will shoot 40 feet, but we don't have pumps big enough to run those. So,
Yeah. Oh, no, but that sounds pretty impressive.
yeah,
then.
yeah.
Okay. And then my third question was, you had 6 producers that were approved for funding under the Environmental Stewardship and Climate Change. So I imagine they had to go through some paperwork to qualify. And then is this something, are they, what's the word I'm looking for, checked up on every year for the next few years? Or is this 1 year funding, or how's that
I think
program
it
work?
depends what they're looking for.
Oh, okay.
And I just asked for that. Like, I don't even know who applied and
Oh, sure.
what they applied for type
Mhm.
thing. I just asked for a number so I'd have something, because it's fun when we know that some of our producers are getting some of that funding.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, I think it depends on what their program is that they've qualified for.
Sometimes the paperwork can overwhelm you, and then people step away from programs, right?
Yeah.
So,
But they are, like, I know if they are qualified for it, they do have to prove that they have completed their
okay,
project. So
great, thanks.
Yeah.
Good report.
Thank you.
Before we go to Darcy, Dustin had a answer for that too to help.
Yeah, so anything with environmental stewardship and climate change, it could be anywhere from fuel containment up to full farm management plans. So there's, I think, about 12 different funding streams that are available under that. And there's actually some in that program that you don't actually have to do the full program in order to get like the water efficiency and water management. That's kind of off to the side, and that'd be like for irrigation upgrades, dugouts and stuff like that. So there's actually, it's a pretty big program. I think they're all closed right now. You can't even get anything in on it, but that's kind of the deal we can do there.
Darcy.
Richard stole my question. Do the mobile guys have to be inspected? And if they do, how do we know?
We don't always know, I suppose. This guy just phones us now. Like, I guess we've been, checked up on him a few times, and now he just lets us know when he's going to be coming to Alberta. So if there's other people that come in, I don't know about it, I guess.
Do you give them a sticker or something, or
A certificate.
a certificate?
Yeah, so it's got to be visible, like
Okay.
for somebody who walks in there, yeah. But yeah, if there's other ones coming in, like, we can certainly inspect them if I know about them.
So I guess it'd be more of an ag service board thing, but since I'm thinking about it now, forget about it. Would it not be something that we should maybe put out as a public service announcement that any seed cleaning plants coming into the province need to be inspected under the authority of the ag service
Yeah,
board?
we could do that.
And that way maybe the producers will catch on to it. If they're not,
Yeah.
they'll see it, because then
Yeah.
because it's not that the seed cleaning guys are going to do it, but at least the producers will catch on and say, maybe make that phone call to us so it actually gets done.
Mhm.
Because there is more than just that one guy that comes in.
I'm sure there is, yeah. Yeah, we can do that. Thank you.
Any other questions, Ernest?
So this is, from my Downey Broom call a few days ago.
Yeah.
How does the process work? Is the blade guy supposed to watch for, weeds or Downey Broom or whatever growing in the ditch and then report to Ag Service, or?
Well, that would work too. It's kind of combined effort, I would say. And we've just never really had a Downey Brome program because it is so extensive, and the product, like the herbicides to use, are limited is the problem too. So yes, when it's on the road would definitely be the best time to get it, because you can use Roundup or the grader or like a mower or however. But as soon as it starts creeping into the ditch, like there's only a couple products that you can use that isn't going to kill the rest of everything in the ditch, right? So, and it's very expensive. So yeah, like we're trying to figure something out, and it's got to be controlled early on, you know, because now everybody can see it because it's this high, and that's when we get the calls, of course, which makes sense. But yeah, so it's, yeah, like, because now we're just blowing seeds around if it's getting mowed or spraying it there. I mean, the plant is pretty much dormant anyway type thing, so the seed is still going to be there.
Yeah. So I guess my thought would be, is there something you can do, like in this instance, it's close to Montana, and there is no Downey Brome that I know of till this kind of invasion came. Like, can we kind of watch this? I guess this Public Works can be watch an area or something like that. I don't know if it's possible, or we just go, it was a one-off and we move on.
Well, no, like when we get specific complaints, I think we have to deal with those because we have to try. To try. And yeah, like there's several complaints, and now again today, you know, like, oh yeah, if you guys can't control it on your ditch, then you're going to start picking it out of my field. So, you know, we get these all the time.
Maybe mention the meeting we had with Public Works last week and what we're going to do for this winter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we did sit down with Public Works, and we're just trying to come up with some kind of a plan going forward, because we know it's really too late this year, other than, you know, if you could have a mower with a bagger on it or something to pick it all up, right? But that's not going to happen. So yeah, like we're going to try and figure something out for 2022, and we have to be out early. We know that. And yeah, like it's just kind of tricky because we're mapping it now when we can see it. So the sprayers or whoever can go in the spring when you can't see it, because it's the Downey Brome and the rest of the grass that grow at the same time. So it's hard to identify unless you're out there feeling it and stuff, right? So as long as it's mapped now, we have that so we can spray it when we know it's germinating type thing. So
right. So our program is evolving, and we're working on it. And my own experience was Downey Brome was a number of years ago. I bought hay from Manitoba in the winter. Yeah. And in the spring, I had all this strange green plants growing in my field, and I spent 7 hours crawling around my field with a gunny sack, picked every last spear.
Yeah.
Darcy?
Yeah, I think the problem with Downey Brome is that would be something we'd have to contract out, because our sprayer guys aren't hired yet when you can kill it.
Right.
And it's fairly easy to kill early in the spring.
Yeah.
Just about anything will kill it, but we don't have anybody here to do that. Yeah. And so mapping it out is about the only way to find out, because you need to know where it is, because like you said, it's hard to see when it's coming up.
Yeah.
So I think you're on the right track.
And part of that could be the evolution of the whole program too. Like if we think we need to hire more students, if it's going to be done in-house or whatever earlier in the season, we can do that, but we just have to figure out that plan, I guess. And yeah, and it depends on the year, right, with the moisture and everything, but yeah, we will be pushing it probably then.
About having, so getting a contract sprayer in April before, that's a very good, that would be part of the program development.
Yeah.
Identifying that. Nope, very good. Very good.
Shane?
We have to remember that we're just gonna be spraying the ditches. Because if we want to spray all the Downey Roman, we're broke. Because it's all over. I mean, I can take you over, my cows are grazing there right now, and there's big patches of it out in the prairie. I mean, it's everywhere. So if we're gonna, people have to realize we cannot control it outside of our ditches. It's not gonna be our responsibility because we can break ourselves. It's
Right,
all
but
over.
we get blamed because they say it starts in the ditch and blows into the fields.
Yeah, exactly.
But
So
this
there's-
here, there is no ditches.
So the chem company for one product, they're asking for locations now so they can do a couple trials like in pasture kind of thing. So they know it works, but they just have to do these things so they can prove it and hopefully change the label then to add it. So we're gonna try and get them some locations as well and get a couple trials.
Okay. So I got one quick question. Have they come up with anything for the strychnine yet to replace it? Or you haven't heard
No.
of anything yet?
No, just there's the Rosol that's available at local ag stores and, you know, there's.
That
been-
helps them grow faster.
What's that?
That just helps them grow faster.
Well, yeah, I've heard it's not effective, so.
Dessert
And it's very
form.
labor intensive, but like there's recommendations of putting up like hawk poles and stuff like that just to get raptors in and, you know, that sort of thing, but there's no effective control.
I swear to God that the wife tried that alternative one and I must have Viagra in it because man, we got more gophers than we did started with.
Ernest?
Yeah, you know, a gopher contraceptive would probably be a better alternative.
Okay.
And I mean, but other than lead and powder, there's nothing working.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was good. Talk to you later. All right. Take 20 minutes or half an hour. Yeah, I was hoping to get through all this stuff. We got to be back here for 12:30, so.
Test. 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 Test.
Hi, Michaela.
Hello.
Hi, we're just going to be getting ready to go here in about, I don't know, 5 minutes or so. Did you want to take over my screen and have the presentation up, or do you want me to put it up?
We will do that. Josh is actually going to present as soon as he gets connected here.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, in about 5 minutes or so, we'll be ready to go here.
Okay, great.
Yep. Josh, you can go ahead and take over my screen and get the presentation up if you're ready.
I don't know where they went. Okay, it's 12:30. I'll call the meeting back to order. We'll give you a tip. All right, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, your chair, members of council. My name is Frank Colosmo. I am the Southern Alberta leader for WSP infrastructure team. Before we get started, I want to thank you on behalf of our team that was able to undertake the Cypress County Water, Wastewater, and Stormwater Master Plan. Here to do a quick presentation of our findings and as well as open the floor up for any questions you might have of us. We have our key members here. One of them is Ken. You all know Ken, who is our local representation here. And online we have Michaela Hanley. She is the overall technical lead project manager of this assignment, as well as Josh Maxwell, who is our technical water resource person for Alberta. They were unable to come down and join you here in person, but they have Skyped in or whatever mechanism you use here, be it Teams or what have you not, and they'll be doing the presentation. So maybe it's just as a little bit of a background before I flip it over to Michaela. You okay with that, Michaela? I'm sure she is. She's on hold.
Yeah.
All right, great. As a bit of a background, WSP, we were given this assignment back in probably about 19 months ago, 20 months ago. We've been working at it. Unfortunately, we got hooked up, or we got caught up in the whole COVID debacle halfway through this assignment, slowed it down. We were hoping to have this thing done by last summer, but we recovered, we moved on. and we've been working diligently at this. We have presented a draft of our findings for review with administration. And this will be the presentation that we have of our draft of our findings. Still opportunities to go back and adjust if we have to, or pivot, if you will. Just so you aware, as a larger scope of this project, we were looking at the water, wastewater, stormwater systems within your urban hamlets, as well as within your rural areas. Pretty comprehensive. We looked at your growth. We looked at plans you had in place, as well as applied some engineering judgment to develop a plan that hopefully will be used as a guiding document for administration and for council over the next foreseeable future. Like every document, I do realize that it will have to go through another iteration at some point in time, but hopefully this document you'll find useful for the next foreseeable future. Anyway, that's what I had. And maybe what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pass this over to Michaela, who will walk you through the PowerPoint presentation, get a bit more detail into our means and methods and our findings of what we've done. So having said that, Michaela, take her away.
Good. Thank you, Frank. Josh, you want to go just to the next slide? Just a quick sort of overview, maybe repeating what Frank just said, but we're looking at, in the first part of the presentation, the results for the hamlets. And then Josh will talk about those, and then we'll talk about the rural water servicing and really your water that you have for the rural areas. And I will address those things, and then the water licenses, and just quickly on funding, and then Josh will come back and talk about the capital works plan. And I will now hand it over to Josh.
Okay, thank you, Michaela.
Josh, if you're talking, we've lost you. Michaela, is this something you think you can pitch in for if Josh is unavailable to be heard?
Hold on, working on it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Very loud, Josh. Please be very loud in your discussions. I apologize, Council. Josh, again, if you're talking, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. Okay, should I start again? Or where did I get cut off?
Start from the beginning, Josh, please.
Start from the beginning. Very well. Okay, so we had previously presented to council on the hamlet findings back in, I believe it was summer or fall of last year. My intention today wasn't to take up a lot of your time talking about the hamlets, but I was hoping to give you the key points, the key takeaways, and kind of the key items that fed into our capital works plan, which we'll be presenting at the end of this study. You've probably seen this figure before. So there were 10 hamlets initially considered. Elkwater was, I believe, eliminated during the RFP stage and wasn't looked at during the study. And then within these hamlets, effort was really focused more towards the Dunmore, Irvine, Seven Persons, and Desert Bloom portion, as well as Suffield, Schuler, and Vinerville. Desert Bloom, we found this was one of the newer developments in Cypress County. We didn't find a lot wrong out there. So really this was a community that just it does have some future growth. And so there will be some future upgrades to trunks that will be required. Schuler was one of the ones where we found some items that I feel like needed to be highlighted to council and managed works plan. Most importantly was that there's a lift station in Schuler that really needs replacement. The facility is kind of an odd mix. It has two buildings that is built in, and there is a corroding steel tank that really needs to be replaced. So one of the recommendations in our study is that this gets replaced, proper pack station that is easier and safer to operate for county maintenance staff. Throughout most of the hamlets, there is limited fire. Some of the hamlets have the piping system in place to provide some level of fire protection, but the reservoir and the fire pumps are not necessarily installed. That's something for consideration in the future and in our capital works plan should those upgrades be desired. Over to Dunmore. Dunmore is one of the areas with the largest amount of future growth expected in the county. There was a separate study undertaken to upgrade that area to a full urban level of fire protection. Those upgrades were fairly extensive. They are in our capital works plan, and they are, but the prioritization of them is still something that we were hoping to discuss with town staff. A lot of it's driven by development, so depending upon which areas build out first, that will dictate what aspects of those upgrades are required. Another important thing to note about Dunmore is that the entire area is on a lot level septic system. So lot level septic means that you have septic tanks or septic fields, and there's no communal collection. For now, the province is approving this on a case-by-case basis, but Dunmore is relatively large to be operating in this manner. Usually, as communities hit a certain size, at some point or another, Alberta Environment may want upgrades to be made. It appears as if for now, though, it's going to be allowed to continue as per the status quo. This is relevant as well because it affects future development potentially. So certain users aren't able to work. Let's say you want to put a meatpacking plant in. Meatpacking plants generate a lot of runoff. A lot of wastewater, and so they will tend to struggle to use septic fields to dispose of their wastewater runoff. Irvine, it was another one of the hamlets we looked at. The lift station as well out there requires replacement due to its condition. The water system out there has the potential to provide fire servicing should it be desired, but at this point it does not currently have fire protection. Yeah, I think that's about it. All I had to say for Irvine. Over to Seven Persons. Seven Persons. It also does not future if desired. Seven Persons was another location where we observed that some of the infrastructure there, particularly the reservoir, was aging and difficult to maintain. So that reservoir is being recommended to receive some upgrades. It is those some of those upgrades have already been actioned by county administration. Finally, Suffield. So Suffield is another community. Once again, does not have currently have fire protection. Could have that added in the future. One of the most important things to note about Suffield, or to be aware of with Suffield, is its water supply security has been the subject of concerns in the past. So the way Suffield is supplied right now is it receives water from CFB Suffield. The main that supplies that water is an aging cast iron main, and it's understood that there are some concerns with the water quality coming out of that main. It's got a lot of oxides in it, which tends to stain the water brown, can cause some unpleasant odors. Another aspect of the water supply is that supply from the main I believe it's an agreement that spans a term. I can't recall the term right now off the top of my head, but it was expiring at the start of the study, and it was something that town administration had to renew at the through the course of that study. So that may be a topic of future discussion of securing whether that CFB Suffield water supply continues to be the primary source of water for Suffield, or if another source is to be found, and as well as that water main needs to be replaced. These hamlets, the overview I gave you was really focused on water, wastewater. We also did look at the stormwater system. We found the stormwater system was not a huge aspect of the Cypress hamlet. The stormwater system, with the exception of Desert Bloom, was very much ditch and culvert, fairly simple. We did provide, however, conduct an inventory, document all the culverts throughout the hamlets, and grade them, and noted a number of compromised culverts requiring improvements, and some failed culverts as well. Really, so the stormwater assessment was really focused on ditch and culvert upgrades, and we also made some notation about the need for better management of off-site flows in Seven Persons and Suffield. And so really when I say better management of off-site flows, both those communities had considerable areas of farmland draining through them. And those farmlands, that's a common scenario in a lot of hamlets, but it is something where it can be a considerable amount of land, and just to make sure that that is managed appropriately, that routes through some nice ditches that are well maintained and don't plug. And that is the end of my hamlet discussion. Over to you, Michaela.
All right, on to rural water servicing. Josh, go next slide, please. So I just want to start with really where your water is coming from. And you have two major river basins that go through the county, and that is the South Saskatchewan River Basin and the Milk River Basin. And then South Saskatchewan's made up of sub-watersheds for the Red Deer River, the Bow River, and the Old Man. And then more locally within the county, the Bull's Head, Ross, and Seven Persons Creek. So that's your surface water supply. The next one, Josh. So on this figure, shows the current water infrastructure within the county. So there is the county lines, which are the kind of heavier dash lines, and then the water co-op lines. And then you'll see that really faint number of lines, that's for the Cypress Rural Water Co-op, which is planned but not constructed yet. And then in the north part around Hilda and Schuler, the water lines up there, so county and co-op lines. And this slide, excuse me, is the St. Mary's River Irrigation District infrastructure in the county. And you can see it's on the sort of southwestish side. The purple, if you can tell, I don't know if you can tell from the screen, but it's in the report. See, the purple are the water lines. There's a dotted line that are minor canals, and dash lines, that is major canals. Anyway, that's the part of the county that has the SMRID in it. And then on the east side of the county is the Ross Creek Irrigation District. Now, I don't know a lot about this district. We couldn't find a lot of information about it. It was created in 1950 after a cabin lake was created. There's information that suggests that they actually have 20 kilometers of pipeline or canals, but I didn't have any specific information. But that's its service area, the yellow area on the figure. And this slide shows the coverage for the co-op, water co-ops and associations within the county. Keep in mind the orange is Cypress Rural, not yet constructed, but is a pretty good coverage for the center part of the county. And there's a little bit more information later about the co-ops. And just on the next slide will be the water co-op in the north part. All right. Let's go to the next one, Josh. So on this slide, we've plotted the buildings in the county. So that includes the residential buildings, the houses, and commercial and industrial. And it's too small to differentiate between the two. But the important part is not the individual buildings themselves, but the clustering of them. And you can see the spread around the county, which keep this in mind for when we talk a little bit more in the later slides. You will see the sort of correlation that goes with that. Okay, this table is probably too small to read on the screen, but it's table 7.2 in the report if you ever want to refer to it. There are 18 water co-ops or associations. 8 are for use raw water, 6 have treated water, 4 are unknown. There's a mix of uses between domestic, livestock, and irrigation. Only 3 of them get their water directly from the county. It's planned for Cypress Rural Water Co-op that they would use county water as well, but of course they're not constructed yet. We sent a questionnaire to 17 of the co-ops, and it was 17 and not 18 because I didn't have any information for one of them to send them a questionnaire. And we actually received 9 responses back, which was pretty good. And we asked them lots of questions, but 6 felt that they were fully sustainable and didn't need anything from the county, almost didn't want to talk to me, but they provided some information. And 5 of those that were sustainable didn't need assistance. So 3 of the co-ops are struggling a little bit, and 4 are looking for some assistance. So as we go to the next slide, just talk about those 4 that wanted some assistance. So Westside Water Co-op, they feel they're sustainable, but they would like an agreement with the county on the provision of water. They wanted to be involved with the discussions on the agreement with Medicine Hat for the water provision. And they have a lot of difficulties with their right-of-ways and easements with people crossing them, well, not people, but companies crossing them without giving them any notice. And we're wondering if there is any help that the county could provide in that way. East Cypress very clearly want to be taken over by the county. They're struggling to maintain their governance structure, and they're struggling to maintain their water quality, and they're kind of worried about those things. South Dunmore is not in bad shape, but they're interested in being taken over as well, or assistance with operations. Their operator has indicated that he doesn't want to be an operator at the end of this year, and so they're trying to figure out their options in terms of meeting the compliance with Alberta Environment and Parks. And then the Green Valley Water Association, which gets their water directly from Medicine Hat, is really having governance problems. Not problems per se, but issues, and it's creating some difficulties within the neighborhood. Yeah, so their response in the survey was any assistance appreciated. So it's not very specific. They'd probably be interested in assistance or being taken over as well, if that was of interest. Okay, there were some oh my goodness, specific questions in the RFP with respect to governance, and they were related to a regional water commission with Medicine Hat and Red Cliff. For that one, right now it doesn't seem possible at this time. There wasn't a lot of interest from Medicine Hat in particular. Can always look at that again. It wouldn't be a bad idea from the county's perspective. But at the moment, it's not feasible. The question was, could the county form a regional water commission with the water co-ops? And from my research, by definition, commissions are municipal or First Nation reserves or Métis settlements or armed force bases you can form commissions with, but you wouldn't form a commission with a water co-op under provincial regulations and guidelines. So, and there doesn't appear to be a mechanism to form even a commission-like entity with the co-ops. And then the next question was, could the county take over and operate all water co-ops? So we don't recommend this, and nor is it your mandate to take over and operate all water co-ops. And there isn't really a mechanism to force a takeover of a water co-op. And I would recommend that you only take over when requested by a co-op and if it's connected already to the county system. If you were interested in doing that, there's no obligation to do that either. And that has to be by mutual agreement on both the co-op side and its membership, and then with the county, of course. Okay, the next part was looking at county-wide servicing. And if you remember back to the slide with all the dots on it, where the buildings are, starting in the south, I gave these names. They're kind of just made up from my head, but the Grassland Service Region, which is the very south portion of the county, has 50 residences and spreads over 300 square kilometers, making it financially infeasible and technically very difficult if you were wanting to service it with piped water. The center region is the most feasible to service, and clearly that's where most of the residences are. And I'm not sure you need to provide much more in there. Obviously, if Cypress Rural Co-op could actually get built, you'd almost fully service the central region anyway. The Suffield Southeast region is another area where it's possible to do some servicing because there's enough residences in there. It would really benefit if there was a new water line taken to Suffield. You could build a system to service that area. And then the west portion, the one that's labeled west, and then the Suffield north, is really, really sparsely populated. And then the Ralston service area has a pocket of residences, which possibly could be serviced. It's still fairly spread out in terms of the residences, but there's possibly enough up there to make it feasible. And the other thought on this one was that you don't necessarily need to provide servicing everywhere. You might be able to assist co-ops in expanding or helping with grant applications and general political support if that was your desire. Oh, I missed the Hilda Service Region. The Hilda Service Region, I would look at expanding the water co-op that's up there, not really necessarily expanding the county infrastructure. Let's go to the next one. I think we're on to water licenses. So current water licenses held by the county for surface water, I'm not going to read off these numbers. You can look at them. There's a fair bit, and then there's a set of groundwater licenses, and then some of the co-ops also have water licenses. So there's actually not a bad amount of volume that is available to the county. And then just briefly a slide on the funding. We looked at two sort of mechanisms. Was the local improvement levy, which I don't feel like I need to explain to a municipal crew. And then we did look at grants provincially, federally, and a few other ones that are available. And the ones that we listed are all ones that are more of programs rather than transitory funding, which would be like stimulus funding. Yeah, they're all explained a little bit in the report. I don't want to go through them and explain them all right now. The only thing to note is that they do change frequently, and the amount of funding that the government puts into the funds is variable and changes frequently. So this was sort of the snapshot at the moment that we did this work, which was, I redid it like a month ago to make sure we had current information in there. And I think we're back to Josh to talk about the Capital Works program.
All right, thank you. Okay, so our Capital Works program is broken into water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure. And then it's also broken out into time horizons. And basically it starts out with a near-term time horizon of 2020 to 2024. And then the far-term time horizon is 2040 to 2044. Within the water system was the area where we saw the most significant amount of improvements required, which makes sense. As you've probably seen, a lot of our study has been focused on water. So kind of some key projects that we are talking about. Irvine has a fair amount of water distribution in the books that's required, as well as that 7 Persons reservoir and pump station improvements we talked about. Not shown in this graph is also the Dunmore fire suppression work, the infrastructure, which is called for by the Dunmore fire suppression study. It's almost $20 million of infrastructure on its own. It kind of skewed this chart if I put it up there. And like I said, that's kind of more development focused and has less to do with servicing your existing residents. So you see that we have some near-term stuff, basically focused on upgrading, aged infrastructure that needs to be dealt with right away, and then a bunch of other kind of more maintenance items. And then the far-term stuff is mostly development oriented. Wastewater improvements, less but still significant in terms of volume. Basically a huge fraction, 1.9 million of this front end fund is that Schuler lift station I mentioned that's in rather urgent need of replacement. And then another 250,000 of this is the upgrade to the 7 Persons lift station. The rest of it is a bunch of more smaller scale maintenance items, as well as a little bit of upgrades to support new growth. Finally, stormwater. Stormwater, as I mentioned earlier, is not as big of a driving factor of the county's capital infrastructure needs. There still were a few upgrades identified, mostly aging culverts, ditches that were perhaps not in the best condition, and they're provided in our capital works plan to help manage infrastructure in the county. And yeah, that's about the summary of our capital works program. This leads on into questions.
Robin, can we go back? Oop, can you hear me? Hello, testing. Can you hear me now? Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Can we go back a couple slides for a second? So the graph that you were talking about that was skewed, or would be skewed if you had, one more right there. I think that's the one.
There.
Yeah. So you're talking about not including the one, and then I'm assuming, we talked about the Cypress Rural Water Co-op and how it could potentially service a huge amount of that central area. But because it hasn't been built, there's no allocation or cost allocation to the expense of that either. So if you're talking 20 million for the one and 15 million for the other, to not show 35 million in our graphs, or at least on what it would take to get us up there, I'm just wondering if we have a way of building this in, or at least putting it in there.
Sorry, I could have included it, I guess. It is actually in our capital works plan that we're providing to administration. I just didn't, in here it was, the problem was it's not prioritized because we don't know where the development's going to occur. It's a total of $20 million, and really it's going to probably get spread out across, Dunmore is obviously not going to all build out at once.
Yeah.
There's going to be
Well, I think
a
that
starting point.
part of the problem that we run into, and this is why the Water Master Plan was initiated in the first place, is that the government doesn't want to be funding these water co-ops in the same way that they did in the past. They want more of that regional water planning. And so, to be able to look at what a water co-op might have cost, even if we were to deliver something that, was comparable to what Cypress has proposed, we need to be able to, it's got to be structured more as a regional project that is going to have cost implications to it too. So unless and with what you guys do, if you see it from a different perspective, but the bureaucrats I was talking to were, they basically said, well, we're not going to fund programs or projects that only that only people who have excess money are able to afford the deposits on. Government dollars are going to go to everybody, or they're not going to go to anybody at all. So that was how it was paraphrased to me anyways.
Josh, if you can hang on a second here, Josh, I just want to throw my 2 cents in here.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairperson, through to Councillor Robin. So when we looked at this here, we totally acknowledged the fire suppression study. We also understood this big gap of this rural water co-op. What we're showing right here is the capital funding that, according to current practice of administration or of council, that you would be funding, that you'd be allocating as part of your capital project to. If you wish to, in the case of the rural water co-op, take the position that yes, we want to fund it and we want to do it in this many years or in this time duration, we can add it to our system. But right now, we were silent on that, on what council wishes to do, or what we're recommending on what council wishes to do, because there is many ways you can go. From our research through other municipalities, a lot of the funding is done through the water co-op themselves, and there is no additional funding sources coming from the larger county. And I think what we indicated in our last presentation, that the range of funding for the rural servicing can range anywhere from, I think we saw as low as real cost, not of 30,000 to 150,000. What the end co-op user actually gets charged may be slightly different depending on how they want to do their business case. And the other item that we saw for the Dunsmore water servicing was coming back to what level of risk and that council wishes to have for fire suppression. If it's something that you deem that it's critical enough and you want to see it done in 5 years, we will plan accordingly. Right now, we've kind of left a little bit quiet on that there, waiting for direction from council, or rather it would be administration giving us direction on this study, but they were more of that policy direct guidance that we do need for our study.
Thank you, Frank. I would add that this is these improvements that we're talking about. They're very much located in the hamlets. We haven't really in this capital works plan. I don't think the decision hasn't been made coming out of here, like Michaela said, to actually take over or upgrade any of these water co-ops. So yeah, that's not actually in the county's capital plan at this point. To clarify, the numbers you're seeing here are basically numbers related to capital upgrades in the hamlets.
Richard, did you have something?
Yes. My first question would be on the wastewater, Josh.
Yeah.
You mentioned that there's a probability that Alberta Environment might step in when a community gets to a certain size. And I'm just wondering when and if a treatment plant is necessary, is it for the future growth or everything that's there now?
It's really for future growth. Now, Alberta Environment is frustratingly vague on at what point they will require it, but it is about future growth. They aren't going to come in if there's no growth in Dunmore. They aren't going to step in and say, "Well, you guys, you got to go take this whole system and put it on a treatment plant." As long as there's not major issues that start occurring, like say groundwater contamination from poor on-site septic management. To our knowledge, those issues don't exist right now. It's really more about the new growth, and it will likely come down, like as I may have mentioned, it might come down to the kind of new growth. So if I'm putting in a pipe laydown yard, and I just want to have a washroom there for some guys to wash their hands in and use the bathroom, that's not really a very high septic demand. But you want to put a meat packing plant in Dunmore, we probably have to have a different discussion because the volumes, the orders of magnitude difference in terms of volume generation. So the biggest implication, I think, is that it controls what kind of growth can occur in Dunmore. Maybe it's not a big concern, and has not been a big concern to date. It's mostly just a note to be aware of, and my comment was more along the lines of this is relatively large to have gotten to this point, but it's not that Alberta Environment's going to say you've crossed the line and you have to retroactively upgrade everything.
Okay, and based on WSP's experience, there hasn't been a situation that you know of where the whole town had to go on to a new plant when they already have the septic tank and fields.
I can't speak to that. Yeah, I don't think so, and to my knowledge. Sometimes it's also resident driven. That's all of my experience with it is it's always been resident driven. What happens is septic fields age, and so people have to, it becomes an on-lot nuisance too. So you'll be naturally forced to make upgrades, and those upgrades can be expensive. So it may be in the future that the residents may approach and ask, can we please look at having a communal system of some kind? Dunmore is not too far from Medicine Hat. Maybe there's an opportunity there. But for right now, it's kind of a status quo, and it's more of a note for the future, I think.
Okay, I needed to ask that question because we've talked to the developer and the developer's engineer that has been doing quite a bit over there, and they feel that the soil conditions are perfect for a septic field, and so we're not anticipating any problems. I was just curious because, of course, the rules can change pretty fast.
Absolutely. But to my knowledge, the rules haven't changed recently. And it may well be, like I said, the area has worked well for septic fields in the past. Your consultant, the developer's consultant, is probably not wrong. But it's very situational. It also depends upon your user. So it depends on what he's building it for.
Okay.
But yeah, it's an awareness thing. It's not. We're not recommending immediate action needs to be taken to deal with this, but it's an awareness thing that this is on the larger side.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just echo in here something back to your original question. Are we aware of any times that Alberta Environment has stepped in and said, you must build a plant? I haven't seen it, but what I have seen is, say, a cluster development where I'm thinking of more so like a mobile home park where they have an order from the health authority that you must go and improve your treatment. In that case, that is a direction that has to be done. There's usually worked with them for a period of time that they have to go and find an alternative arrangement to get the development operations in order. In that case there, you know, an extension of a line to a service system, a municipal system can be done, or maybe on the extreme, it could be something like that. The one thing I do want to throw out is that I've seen is the amount of homes that are in septic systems in a close cluster is significant, like more than we would typically see. Alberta Environment, from our research, our discussions, didn't flag it, say, oh, plan to build something in the next 5-10 years. But at the same time, what we can offer from what we've seen in WSP is that there is going to become a point in time where you get intensive development that they're going to say, well, hold on here, guys. You need to go and think of some form of treatment that you would need more so than septic fields. There is a bit of a there is a desire to have more of a community collection system for a single point treatment when you start having that intensive development. So if we're talking about a few houses versus the meat packing plant, I mean, those are the two extremes. What we can tell you is, yeah, meat packing plant, you need to do something more than just septic fields. Couple houses, likely you don't, but where that tipping point in the middle is, it's tough to quantify because there's also a point of subjectiveness of the Alberta Environment person reviewing it to say, yeah, you look good, or hey, oh, you need to do something more. So it's unfortunate we can't tell you exactly what to do, but it's really development driven, I would say, and subjectiveness with Alberta Environment, what they want to see to occur in that area.
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable with the answer. We felt we were proceeding in the right direction, just carrying on the way we are. Because of the large size of the lots and the type of soil, and it's the fact that we would never be able to accept a situation like that where like a meat packing plant, it's going to be mostly housing and maybe some commercial. The other question I had was going to be for Michaela. Am I saying that right? Okay, Michaela, you had talked about county takeover and operate all water co-ops. Not recommended, and there has to be a mutual agreement. We would like to get water out to the we have a pipeline going to Irvin and to Walsh, but it just looks like so many headaches and quite a substantial increase in staff to operate and maintain. Has somebody ever come up with a simple way of doing this? It's just the huge amount of work that has to be done on a daily basis just to do your daily water inspections and for all the people that cross it and hit it and everything else, the tie-ins. So anybody got a simple way of doing this?
I don't think so. It's water lines and testing and increasing government regulations is what I hear. Yeah, as far as I know, there's not really a simple way.
Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, we've kind of discussed it. We've looked it over. We just really want to try and do something for our rural ratepayers, but we can't seem to really find a solution that's going to work, especially with Alberta Environment requiring the people doing the daily testing to have such a high level of training, and they might only have 20 people on that water line. So I think that's, you mentioned that there is some of those co-ops that are looking for help, right?
Yeah, I agree. And if they're small enough, then they don't have to do that. And if they're, depending on how they set things up too, East Cypress Water Co-op is set up a little bit differently than the other ones, and therefore farms, and I'm not precisely sure how this works, but they have a different testing level than say South Dunmore. So South Dunmore is struggling because they're going to lose their operator, and they have a little bit more than say Green Valley, and Green Valley doesn't have to test because they're small enough. So it's that in-between space that is really difficult. If you're big enough and you can actually hire somebody like West Side, then then you're better off. But even they struggle with the extent of their lines, and being asked now to test inside homes for lead. It's like, well, I don't even know if you can. I don't know how you do that without getting permission from everybody, and it becomes a bit of a nightmare sometimes, working through all the regulations.
Yeah, and I think that they'll, like you said, if you're small enough, there's no problem, but that's only until there's a wreck. And then that's, I'm sure that rule will change too. So we have to be
True
very
enough.
cautious what we would even
True
think
enough.
of taking over.
Mr. Chair, if I can offer one thing, we did look at and we did have discussions with that if we did want to actually go down the path of what would it look like to take over water co-ops or provide additional services to it. The one challenge that we did acknowledge and did see was that financial implications to the county, not only just the initial capital costs. As an example, if we wanted to go and tap off the line and provide treated water, who would pay for that initial capital cost? How would you recover it? Many ways you can do it, different mechanisms to recover it. And then the ongoing maintenance cost that would come with it. There would be an additional cost to it. If we take over a water co-op, if the county took over water co-op and let's say it was a standalone building, then in turn, the county would be responsible for all those testing mechanisms, which would add to your task, which can very much be done, but then there's that additional cost that that council would have to wrestle with on how to recoup that cost.
Appreciate that. That's kind of what, that definitely answered my question. Thank you.
Anybody else with any questions? I have one on the water licenses. The breakdown that we have here, we have 1,815 licenses. Is that what we actually have, or do we have more than that, or this is just what we need to operate everything? Is there a breakdown on that, or? And the co-op water licenses, are they operating under us, or is it their own water license?
The co-op licenses are their own licenses, and then the groundwater and the surface water belong to the county. And that's what you have based on what is available from the provincial government water licenses site.
Yeah, and just to, I guess, seeking clarity on that as well, because my understanding is that we acquire the water licenses and then in an agreement with the city, we acquire water from the city, but we sign over our licenses to the city. So do we retain ownership of those, or is it through an agreement with the city? I can't. Sorry, go ahead.
You retain ownership.
Okay. So
we have conveyance too. So when it goes through the gate, so we pay conveyance as well. So we have the water license and then we pay conveyance to them for the treatment and the infrastructure to get it through that gate.
Okay. So currently then with our groundwater, our surface water and our co-op licenses, we own 1,815 acre feet. What is our current demand? As far as like, do we have an excess of 400, or are we basically tapped out at 1814? Do we know kind of where?
Well, I think she said that 721 is not ours. That's owned by the co-op.
Okay.
So is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So then with the remaining 1,100, what are we actually utilizing? Because I know when we, like even for Eagle Ridge with the last phase of development, we had to wait for water licenses to clear before we could even build 40 homes.
Yeah.
I'm assuming
We
that,
just bought 1,000, so.
but that's what I'm confused about, because we're at 1,100. So were we at 100 acre feet? I kind of doubt it. So I'm just wondering, I'm trying to figure out how those numbers.
That's what I was asking for too. What do we actually have?
Yeah.
What are we actually using?
Yeah, these numbers are largely for your existing development. As new development comes on, you will need to find additional water licenses And yeah, it's complicated too, because it's not just about what you have in the county. That water license, you also needs to be workable for your location, right? So a water license in Suffield doesn't help Hilda, for instance, on extreme end. As far as what you're using right now, I think that varies from year to year, and it's the way the Water Act licenses work too. They are kind of it's not a guarantee of water per se. It really is it's a pecking order. So the age of your license essentially dictates in the event of a drought. It dictates who basically gets cut off first. So basically, if we ever get into a drought scenario, the newest licenses go first, and then down to the oldest ones. The province also has rules for, I think, agricultural and residential uses, I believe, get preferential access. So they might go ahead.
Tara Lynn's going to throw us a lifeline here.
So our total acre feet is just under 1,000, like the 1,000. So it depends on water usage, but currently it would be about quarter of that we're utilizing. Give or take. Does that make sense? So we have yes. So because we Cypress County purchased all of that license, and then they scaled it back 10%, I think, at how it rolls at clawback, because it's oversubscribed in South Saskatchewan. And then so it will fluctuate from year to year, drought, like how much are residential users. But out of that 950, we would utilize about a quarter of that currently with our existing development.
Exactly. But what Robin's just saying, before we bought that 1,000 acre feet here a year ago, what did we use? How many water rights do we have prior to that? Like, we've got to have more than 1,000 acre feet there, because we just bought that and we were successfully running before.
Not much, because we didn't have anything to give to the co-op if they ever started running.
I don't think there was a
Like we had like an extra 40 or something, maybe. It was tight.
Like, would it make sense that we were running the county on 110 acre feet of water for 2,300 people on water?
I don't have an answer to that. We haven't really been, this has been kind of forward looking. I haven't looked at, that.
Josh, we're just
that scenario.
We're just waiting for administration to weigh in here, just to be clear.
Oh, sure.
We didn't get into the details of where the water co-ops are, how did it relate to that usage in that regional location. So there was limitations in what we did, but that's why I think Tara Lynn has more of that information to provide to you.
Yeah, I think we're
so in
confused on
the
it.
past couple of years, there has been a lot of purchase of it. And currently, in the past, I don't know specifically how much we may have dipped into not having enough. But out of that 1,000, we would currently use 25%. So in the past, I don't specifically know. I would expect that we didn't have that much, because, as Councillor Darcy said, there was not enough to give to anybody else.
So we were using the city's waters, but
Until you acquired all.
until we acquired more.
No, we were like 40, I want to say 40 at the max extra. Because remember, we had to move it from the 120 to get the extra houses in Dunmore. So we were tight. We didn't have extra until we bought this. And now basically what we bought is almost extra.
Yeah, everything.
Yes.
For future.
Yeah. Right.
Well, that 146 is groundwater. Is that the one out in Hilda or in Walsh? That's what that 146 is, right?
We're not using that anymore.
Groundwater is wells. Suffield would have, Suffield has a well, Did they close the one at Irvin? Yeah, so that's, so the groundwater is wells that we still have. But some of the water, like a lot of that is water quality issues that are not suitable for residential consumption. But this is excellent conversation, and what I think would be beneficial, because we can keep throwing numbers and that sort of thing, but what I think would be beneficial, we'll go back and clarify these numbers and bring it back. And what we'll do, we'll dig a bit, and like, so prior to acquiring all this acre feet that we currently have, what occurred? And get a little history on that. Is that kind of cool? Like that?
Yeah, I think that's what we're looking for.
Because, so, right. So also too, Leslie Ann just shared that there was a study a report that came to council in regards to that. And so we need to dig that up, and we'll provide that, and we can share that.
Yeah, that'd be, just because it's here in front of you, the wheels are turning, right? So that's why the question came up. Any other questions? Ernest?
When we're doing that, we could probably, there's two raw waters, like there's one comes from Bull's Head and one comes from Elkwater, that they're showing as co-ops that are probably raw water. They're raw water, not potable water. So we should note that when we're doing our
Yeah, there is combination, exactly. I think that was mentioned. I'm not sure though, that there's raw and potable in
We do have
identified.
that in our final report, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, totally right.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? In the back, Steve? It's never good when the tax man gets involved.
Yeah, that's right. So, thanks for that. I just had a quick question back to the feasibility map. I was trying to understand, can you tell us about your test for feasibility in those areas?
The one with the service regions in it. The test is really more about the number of people that are there, and then the cost of doing the servicing. So it's very simple, not a detailed feasibility, but the more area, the fewer people, the harder it is. If you were to take that south region, I don't even know if you could do it technically.
So this is Carolyn. So in my experience though, for feasibility, most people can only contribute about 25,000 into a connection. So that's part of the feasibility, that what can so you compare like drilling a well and having the ability to have a good source, looking at that sort of thing. So that's part of the looking at feasibility in my experience. And so like the south part, you couldn't get water to those residences for usually it's 25,000 is the breaking point for individuals to be able to afford it, because they compare it to getting a well and the ability.
Mr. Chairman, if I can add one thing here, when we took a look at this, when we did this evaluation, a lot of it was practical evaluations too. So when we looked at that south section that was referred to, we knew that there's no co-ops close by, there's no treatment facilities close by, and the lack of density of housing just made it impractical. So we moved on from there. So there was a practical solution element that was applied to this ahead of time.
Yeah, that helps round out. And I guess so looking at this as a bigger picture, I guess we're looking for that economies of scale. Carolyn says 25. I have 20 written down. Did you have a number you used?
We didn't use a number because we didn't. Okay, let me frame it this way. So if you're looking at the Suffield Southeast, that would be an area that you could investigate further. So if you were to design a system that could service so many houses, then you can look at the cost that way. We didn't go into that detail. So it's more qualitative than quantitative. It's yeah, what we've covered so far.
Thank you, Steve. Any other questions? No? I think we're all questioned out. Yeah, oh, it was a good presentation. A little hiccup in the beginning, but was good.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we're pretty proud of the final product. And before we go, I do want to say that we couldn't got it done without the help of administration here. I think when we actually started going into it here, I think it turned out to be a very bigger assignment than anybody anticipated. So we had to do a bit of scope management, so we didn't go down too many rabbit holes. I know our team is very proud of this assignment and very happy working with administration. Awesome group you have here.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Yeah, we did. We learned it's going to cost a lot of money. Yeah, don't know if you're still online, but they left the building on you. Your presentation's over. Thank you. Do you want to take a 5-minute
thank you.
quick break? Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order since our CAO is finally back. 11.3, Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is a water bill refund request. Administration's recommendation is that council deny the request for the reimbursement for the water consumption at number 7, 3008 Township Road, 115A, Irvine, Alberta. There is background here as well, and there is the letter from the individual requesting it.
Richard?
I'm going to make the motion that we deny the request because it's something that we always do and we're not responsible for this at all. But either I could add to it or I would like to make a motion after that, can we give them some time to pay? Would council be interested in coming on board and giving them like 2 years to pay this off? Because they've spent considerable money to improve, or to not to improve, to get back on board and get the water and all those big expenses. So would it be a bad idea to allow them to have some time to pay that bill?
Yeah, so the outstanding has been transferred to the tax roll. So what would happen is that make an arrangement to pay it back, and then what would happen is that the penalty that would come back as a separate motion to be written off.
But the penalty has to take place first, so
Yeah,
that'll be on the tax side.
that's you can't write it off prior to it being put on.
Yeah.
It's just like taxes.
Good. Okay. It's just, I know our hands are tied on the amount that we can help these people out. But if there's any way, which obviously there is, and that's.
Council is, you guys can amend policy at any time through motion. Yeah.
Anybody else have any comment on that, Darcy?
Okay, I agree with our hands are tied, but if you read the background, the meter is in a pit. It would be in the house. We would be paying for it. Yep.
Yeah, meaning that if it was in the house, the water would have been lost and it would have been not through the meter. That means that the rest of the ratepayers throughout all of Cypress County would have been paying because it's lost water. But that was just trying to go over some of their facts, saying that if it was if the water meter was in the house, they would have caught it earlier. No, they would have waited for their bill, right? That's just what happens. But and if it was in the house, nobody would have caught it. Sorry, because it would have been just lost, and we would have caught it by doing water analysis or water modeling, which we do every quarter, to see if the bills match and how much water loss. So.
Correct, but it went 2 bills before they figured it out, where you could have went downstairs, looked at your meter and seen it running rather than crawling down the pit. It's the only thing I'm going to argue.
So commonly, in a rural, which is in a rural situation. So you may ask, why would you have a pit at the property line? And it's different than in being in an urban center. So when you have it in a rural setting, commonly the pit is at the property line, 8 feet deep. That's where the meter is, and then it goes to the house or wherever. And the reason is because once it gets to the property line, they can take it to wherever they want. They can do irrigation. They can go to a horse trough. They can do that sort of thing. So that's why, there's a difference. And so when I've been part of constructing rural lines, it's at the property line. So you may be asking, well, why isn't it in the house? That's a common practice in a rural setting.
Darcy?
Agreed, but in May Vista, they're not all. Some are in house, some are in pits, correct?
There's about 7 in pits. Yeah, there's about 7.
So about half.
Yeah. And why they're in the house, I do not know.
when they were built and the construction standards of the time. So it's just what they did at the time, because that wasn't all built in one, it was built in phases. So
Phases. But that, I just wanted to share that, is that you may wonder why would that happen? And that's why. So they can do anything with it after the meter, they can do anything they want with the water on their property. Because I've had situations where, so it comes in and, but before it goes from, it hits the meter in the house, they have a wonderful irrigation system for their lawn. And I've had situations like that. So it's.
Not in Cypress County.
No, it was not in Cypress County. It was not.
Ernest?
So in Irvin, I know this is Mara Vista or whatever, it's on the south side of the highway there. The rest of the town, are they in the pit and they're in the houses, or everybody's is in a pit, or?
No, mine's in my house. Mine's,
Yeah, so most.
mine's an urban
In
setting.
the hamlets, it's in the house.
'Cause it's
in
an
the
urban setting.
So this is because it's like an acreage, so to speak,
A rural setting, yeah.
that it's different.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's, and it could be of when water came on to the property. So a lot of times pits are done after people, say if somebody decides to haul water and then they decide to bring water on at a later date, a lot of times that will be done in a pit because they already have current infrastructure. So for example, the gentleman in Walsh, so that we talked about last meeting, he's getting water. The home is already on place, so we'll be putting a pit in place. So then it's his responsibility to go from property line into his home. It fit that scenario to service that property.
Richard?
So the way it's done in the West Side Water Co-op is a lot of people have meters in their house, but you are responsible from the property line where the shutoff is to your house. If there's a water leak and they do those same volumes to see if something's out of whack, that water leak is estimated and it does get charged back to the homeowner. And so like I feel for these people, but I don't know how else you can operate. Like for us to assume every one of the possibilities.
It was a very
tough.
It was a very unique scenario, to the point that when our utility operators were on site, generally with that kind of water loss, you would have it surfacing somewhere. But because of their proximity to the river, or to the creek, I should say, there was no water surfacing anywhere. That's why they had such a problem trying to locate it. That's why it took an extra time.
It's not as straightforward as you thought it was, because if it was straightforward, it wouldn't be here, because I would have just told them, no, I'm sorry, we can't, but so what happens if you would want the pit or the meter in your house now? Would we do it?
Yeah, we could do that. They could just, we would take out the pit and put it in their house if they have provisions for that in their home.
Had some infrastructure, it would have to go to their house and then they'd have to take it out. If they had something from the property line to their house that they wanted to use the water directly on that service line, then they couldn't. Because they can't use water before it hits the meter. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's no other way we can help these people out. I mean, because that's what, $8,600 I think it was or something, right? I don't see it.
That's not what they're asking for.
Yeah, I think it was.
They're just asking for the water.
Yeah.
No, they know they have to fix it. That's not the problem. It's the water, and it went on for.
It was
8 months before,
and it's been fixed now.
Mm-hmm.
Talking to the outside of the letter, but talking to the applicant, it's been fixed partly through conversations with their insurance company. So
That's $2,000 worth of water. But it's, I mean, if it broke somewhere else, we'd be making them pay for it too on somebody else's. If it's on their property, you pay for it. If it's on ours, we take care of it.
So basically what would, if that water meter, and I think this is what Darcy was alluding to, if the water meter had been in the house, we would never know until our testings were done, because it's not going to show up in the water bill because it's after the water meter. The leak was after the water meter. Sorry, before the, in this case, it was after, but if it had been in the house, it would have been.
Before.
Yeah.
So basically, if they ask to get the meter in the house now and this happens again, nobody would know. Like Kim said, the rest of Urban would pay for the bill.
Cypress County.
Well, wherever, right? That's the problem.
Yeah. So I don't know if the standards fit within the MDP is much more overarching, right? It's not specific, or does it get into specifics on zoning specific development and what kind of standards it does, right? Like if it's a hamlet, I'm with Darcy in that as a hamlet, it should probably be a water meter in the house. If it's on a farm or an acreage, I can see the pit. Like I have one to my place and it's in a pit, but I'm not billed by the meter, I'm billed by the year. Right. So if you're in a residential type of situation, I think that's part of, so currently, do we have a specific standard, or is it just one or the other? And it's kind of here or there? Because if it's in a pit, the gross part with that is that the assumption is almost that it's part of our infrastructure, but it's not. It's theirs from there in, but they can't even maintain it. And when's the last time that you go down a pit to check to see if you're, yeah.
The pit that we're talking about is actually it's like a sonic tube, and it's a xylophone. You can pull up your water meter up ground level, so you still have access to it, and it's from the curb stop. Curb stops on property line.
Yeah, but do the curb stop is on the property line?
Always, yep.
In all situations?
Yes.
Okay, so is the meter running fast enough that you can actually see that the meter's running, or is it slow enough of a leak that you can't even see it running anyways?
No, you can, if you're having depends upon the leak and time of year, right? So if you're in the winter time, and do you mind if I use you, Alf? Okay, here's a prime example that we're working on currently. So at the water line coming into Suffield goes into a pump shack, and that's a garage. Garage and then from that point it gets distributed out. And so it goes to the irrigation, it goes into the community hall, and then all different places. So with that one, we actually have a water break after the meter. So prime, it's the meter, same thing as a pit, same scenario. So we can't find the water break, so now we have to hydrovac. And so the standards are specific, general enough and specific enough that which we try to accommodate the developer or the residents' request. So if it's an existing home, it's going to go, it'll depend upon because there's some upfront cost for them. If it's a new development, then 95% of the time it's going to go in their home. A lot of trailers, they don't have a basement, so they prefer the pits. I don't know about this residence, it even has a basement. I've never been in there. So that's.
Alf.
Okay, with this water leak that it's our community hall, eh? So anyway, with this water leak, we went into the hall, like all winter, we had heat tape and everything on the water line and everything. But in the hall, you run your water, we wouldn't even know that we had a break in the water. And the only reason why we found out that we had that break is because of our water bill, eh? And the fellow, he come and knocking on the door saying, okay, you guys got a water leak here somewhere, right? We went out, looked in the playground everywhere, no water, there's nothing. And you go back into the shed, look at your meter, and there's no water. And we went out, looked in the playground everywhere, no water, there's nothing. And you go back into the shed, look at your meter, the meter's still running. You can see it, going over and over and over. So like we got the water shut off, but still at the time, where is it? We don't know. We know it wasn't in the building because lines are visible, visible pretty well. So, but so we had the new water lines put in and that, and we're surmising that it's a compression fitting and that. So hopefully that's what it is. So.
Richard, and then.
So based on a little bit of what I've learned, Cypress, the county would see that there's a variance in their water usage in that area, and they would go and start shutting off valves to start to isolate. And the way the Westside Water Co does, they turn off every valve at the property line that's feeding in, and they look at the meter, and there's no water being used. And then they start isolating, and they start turning on every valve separately to see where the water is going. Okay. And that's how they find a leak. So I guess I'm saying that this would have been found eventually, and then they would have got that water bill. There would have been a bill, because the amount that's over usage compared to normal is there. And if you found the leak on that person's property, I'm assuming that's the bill they're going to get. It would have happened eventually, that bill.
Okay. Alf.
Yeah, the only thing I look at this, their water bills are from September to April. So where's the ones from May to August? During the summer months and that, from the 220, when did this bill start to, go up in price? Did it start in May or June, July? So you got what, 4 months there? No readings here, or no bills. So.
Yeah, it started in September. That's where it went out. It was the year before, September to October was $74. And this past year was $514. So it broke somewhere right around September. So we have a motion on the floor right now. Kim, did you have anything to say?
To answer Richard's question, I know in like, for example, the water co-ops, they will come after, if you have a water break on your property line, they will come after you because they have a balanced system, meaning that what goes in has to be accounted for. In Cypress County, we don't have that in our bylaws that would go after somebody for an estimated water break.
Robin.
Okay, this is more of a systems question. When we're billing stuff out like this, do we have any ability within our software or our billing program?
Leak detection software?
Well, just to flag irregularities year over year. Even just 1 month, if you're going from September 1st to 31st of 1 year is $74 and the next year is $514.
There's software that actually will detect leak detection software where it detects an anomaly in your water usage.
Yeah.
And then they'll notify you. We don't have that currently in place, but a lot of communities are going that way.
I'm just wondering, because, we're dealing with this as an individual kind of instance type of a thing. And however we decide to go with this, obviously we'll vote on it in a minute, but it sure would be nice to have that as a bit of a safety net that, if something happens and nobody knows about it, I sure would appreciate a phone call from the county saying, hey, listen, we just noticed that your water bill went from $74 to $514. Did you notice that?
Yeah, certain softwares, they allow that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
And
okay. Richard, go ahead. We got to move on. One more here. Hold
like
on.
I said, I feel bad for these people, and I was asking at the same time, I know we can't say 100% to accept responsibility on somebody else's property, but if council's willing, I would add a friendly, whatever the word is, amendment that Cypress County would forgive half of it. I think that'd be more than fair. If council is willing to accept that friendly amendment, I'm good with it.
Well, not an amendment, it's your new motion.
It's a new motion. I guess I'll withdraw the first motion. That's the right way to do it, and go with the fact that Cypress County would pay,
Split the bill.
would split the difference. They pay half, we pay half.
Ernest, you still want to talk?
Yeah, it's connected. You said we don't have this software for leak detection. I think it would be something we should look at, what this would cost us, because how much of water do we have just going missing? I mean, how many people have tapped before the meter and are filling their stock tank or whatever?
Yeah, we do extensive water modeling. We haven't done it in a couple months because of staff shortages, but it's something that we do on a monthly basis.
But if this software is good, it should be almost replace a person. Not that I'm trying to replace a person. If it flags everywhere you lost and should give you a balance, right?
It helps with your water modeling. You just got to have people to manage it too.
But less fingers, maybe more accuracy.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor that will allow 50% back on, and the rest of the bill's still staying on the taxes, correct?
Correct. So what we will need, we'll come back with another motion to write off the penalty.
Okay.
So we'll bring that back. Okay.
Okay.
So I don't have exact numbers on that right now.
No, that's fine. We've got this number in right now. Yep. We could pick. Yep. You don't want to add on the $1,000 on the one resident in urban to cover that bill? Okay, any more questions on it? Vote. Okay. Yeah, he's voting. 11.4, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is HR policy updates. So the recommended motion is that council please approve HR 3, HR 5, and HR 13. And they would be individual motions, Mr. Chairman. And what they are is updates for the hours of work for the 8 and 6, also for benefits on your LTD, and then sick medical leave.
Yep. Dustin's moving the first one, HR 3. As presented, he's moving right now. Any discussion on it?
I think I put an I.
No. This isn't in camera, so this isn't in camera, so
You can ask the question.
ask the
and then
question, we'll
could-
tell you if we answer it or not.
If I can.
Put your mic on.
wasn't turning my mic on because I wanted to make sure I didn't say something that was wrong. Wondering if this is tied to some of the operating plans with municipal works and schedules.
For the hours of work, yes.
Yeah,
The 8 and 6.
the what?
For the 8 and 6 rotation?
Yep.
That's correct. Yeah,
So that's not the one we're voting on right now.
that's not what we're voting on.
We're voting on the first one, the
Employee
HR
benefits.
3 employment.
Okay, so the 8 and
benefit.
6 is the following motion here then.
Yes.
Okay.
So I have a motion on the floor right now for the first one, HR 3, as presented. Any other questions on it? Vote. Carried. Now I'm looking for a motion for HR 5. Elf? You're good with it as presented?
Well, with casual, like our summer employment and whatnot, I got a question on that. Like for benefits and whatnot, like to put benefits in place after a month, I'm not really in favor of that. I would like to see, well, in my working day and whatnot, it was always like a 3-month probationary period, eh?
Okay, well, we don't give benefits after 1 month.
Yeah, so after 1950 hours, we quantify that they would be eligible.
1,950 hours. Isn't that a year?
2 full seasons.
2 full
or-
seasons, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
for not full-time individuals.
Yeah.
So it was quantitative, before it wasn't quantitative, it was like, I don't forget the wording of it. It was like months returning to 2 seasons. Well, my season and your season might be not the same, right? It depends on the work, what you do. Quantitative.
Any questions on it now, Robin? Or is that?
I do. So the 8 and 6 is 8 10-hour days. Yeah, I do have some concerns with that. I did receive a couple of calls on this one as concerns from ratepayers who also happen to be impacted by it potentially. And I spoke a little bit with Richard just to kind of get a bit of a sense for it. And I know as somebody that works construction, when 10-hour days driving for 8 days straight is a lot. And to me, I'm just wondering, are we talking about going to 8 and 6 because we're having a hard time filling the positions to do? Because I thought we were doing four 10-hour days and then cycling through that. That was my understanding based on what was proposed earlier. 8 10s in a row is a lot.
Yeah, so to answer your question, that is 8 10 hours. And the reason why we're doing it is to save money, utilizing the equipment on the weekends. So to do 4 and to have that break, you would have to be, to fit that mindset, would somebody have to work Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in perpetuity, right? And so in order to get people, so instead of just somebody that's designated for weekend work, the 8 and 6 gave everybody kind of a rotation. We're more apt to get people if they got a balance, work-life balance. And the people that have been doing 8 and 6 actually love it because they're used to working 24 and 10, like 24 on and 7 days off. So they think this is a break, right? Because a lot of them are working 13, 14-hour days. And now we're working 10s. So, yeah.
And also too, this is a pilot project.
Yep.
This is a pilot project to be reevaluated in August and September, I believe was the timelines.
Shane?
Well, in construction, when you're a seasonal employee, there's nothing to work 2 weeks and get just a weekend off because you know you're seasonal. Them are your hours. And work a 10-hour day? No, a lot of them would like to work a 12 to 14-hour day if they're out working. So yeah, some people may complain about it, but in construction during the summer, no. I mean, them are still short hours and just short work week. 8 hours on a 10-hour day, that's only 80 hours. and then you get 6 off. So that's 80 hours in 2 weeks. That's still only 40 hours a week. But you just got it jammed in a bit. And 10 hours a day is not a lot for driving. I mean, even your semi-truck drivers can drive that.
You can drive
Going
14.
coast to coast. So it's not a big issue in my mind. They can work 10 hours a day
14.
driving.
14 hours a day.
Yeah, but you can work 8 hours in a row, 8 days in a row, and then do your
Yeah.
reset.
You work 8 days in
Absolutely.
a row and then you got to take your 36 hours off.
Yeah. But they can do it. I mean, it's right into the law.
And one of the
We
things
rec-
we've done is we've also split up their work so that one day, for example, tomorrow, all the people that were grader operators are running the gravel trucks. So there is a little bit of a break that way, different tasks.
And we seek legal on this as well. And for, I think it's about a year and a half, that Kim was consulting his team.
Everybody signed the dotted line.
And you know, and that's, yeah.
It is something I've received two separate calls on with concerns, basically that I'm listening because they're phoning as ratepayers as well. It is an HR issue that needs to be dealt with, but it's not something that is widely accepted either from what I'm hearing. So
Try. It's just a pilot project, so. I have a motion on the floor. Is there any other comments? Oh, it's second one, HR 5 as presented. Okay, vote. Carried. HR 13. Dustin's moving HR 13. Any questions on it? Vote. Carried. 11.5, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you, RCMP letters of support. There is an example of background information of other municipalities that have sent letters of support for the RCMP. So the recommended motion is that Council direct administration to send a letter to the Minister of Justice and Solicitor General stating that Cypress County supports the RCMP in opposition of the provincial government's recent proposal of a provincial police force, or that Council directs no action.
Okay, Michelle was supposed to bring this forward and she couldn't make it today, so she asked Alf to speak on it. So
Yeah, I'm in favor of this. Like, you know, here we are, we're making, like, supporting every other local municipality and whatnot, like, you know, towards this. So I think it's probably, like, you know, our time to step up to the plate and maybe write a letter towards this and, like, you know, and get their, like, you know, support, like, you know, also. So anyway, I'm in favor of this.
any other comments on it? Not seeing any. I'll ask for the vote. Carried. 11.6, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. August council meetings. The recommended motion is that council move to cancel the August 4th council meeting and reschedule the August 17th meeting to August 24th. And there's background information as well, Mr. Chairman.
Shane's moving it. Who are you? Very good. Okay, any questions on it? You like it? It's the most you've spoken 4 meetings of. Yeah. Vote. Carried. 11.7.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Water Master Plan. So this is from the delegation that occurred an hour or so ago. And so the recommended motion is that council accept the Water Wastewater Master Plan as presented. Because there is some information that we need to kind of look into, I would change my recommendation, Mr. Chairman, to administration will bring back some of the answers to those questions and then perhaps approve it then as presented. Would that be cool?
Yeah, I like that one. You know what the questions are, right?
Yeah, that staff bring back the
numbers.
And basically the master plan with updated numbers to reflect recent acquisitions.
Perfect.
Okay. Robin's making that one. Any questions on it? Vote. Carried. Where are we at here? 11.8. Darlene, Shane. 11.8 is yours.
Mr. Chairman, it's the Town of Bow Island Splash Park, and I believe Councillor Hawk's gonna.
What he says.
Well, I was looking on my thing there, not yet. Yes, there is a picture of the proposed splash park that Bow Island is looking to build in memorial of DePerdius boy that got accidentally killed at the family farm there at Laidlaws. So we're looking, I was hoping that council would look at donating 50,000 towards it to come out of our community aggregate payment fund, because we have Laidlaws do contribute a lot of money to it. And yeah, I think it's a worthwhile deal. I know people in the 7 Persons west of Redcliffe, west of Medicine Hat, they'd probably take their kids to it. Go there on the summer day, stop at the Redcliffe Bakery on their way home, make a day of it. And that, I really think it's a worthwhile cause. I know it's outside of not in Cypress County, but the Laidlaws and that are big contributors to it and do live in Cypress County, and it's in memory of their nephew, son, and grandson. What?
Bow Island Bakery.
The Bow Island Bakery. You said Redcliffe.
Oh, I meant Bow Island Bakery. Sorry. Yeah, no, I meant Bow Island Bakery. And there's.
We know where Shane goes on the way home. Any questions or comments on it?
I'd like to make the motion that we donate $50,000 towards it. We're still in camera. Are we in camera?
No.
Not live. Yeah. No. Funded from our community aggregate payment fund.
And that fund has enough in it?
It has $345,000 in it right now.
Is there?
Yes.
No.
And more to come.
That's from the first, yeah, that's total, taking out the track and adding first quarter this year.
Okay. Darcy?
Not where I thought he was going with this. I thought he was going to want one out on the 524 or something.
We have the river for that.
Oh. Can I ask what the total thing cost?
They figure it's going to cost right around that $400,000 mark, and the fundraising is going really well right now. And by our donation, I think it'll go a long ways to get this park done.
Any? Yeah. Any other questions?
No question. Just thank you, Shane, for bringing this forward. I think it's a good idea.
Hey, not seeing any more. Vote. Carried. Dustin's moving to go in camera. Vote. Okay. We don't have that long. We're good? Okay, so we're down to the ICF motion. Dustin's moving it. What was that motion?
As presented.
Everybody knows, as presented.
Close.
Okay, vote. Carried. And then the citizen engagement survey, Darcy's moving that. Vote. Carried.
Can I just have clarification on that, please? So the citizen engagement just for urban and look at other communities in the future?
Yes,
Is that what the, okay.
that's what was discussed in camera.
Okay, no, I just want to, so the motion is crystal clear.
Yep.
Cool beans.
Okay, did I say vote? Yeah, I said vote, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. Adjourn.
I'll bring that back next council.
Yeah.
That's Community Foundation. I'll bring a motion back to that.
Okay,